Ladies and gentlemen, it is our great honor to welcome all of you who are presenting in this Sheraton Ballroom and those who are watching live to a very special event today, Vietnam Actuarial Conference 2022.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Đức, and telling the truth, this is my huge honor for not only being here in a very special moment like this, but also having a great opportunity to stand next to a very beautiful lady, Miss Hồng Phúc from AIA Việt Nam. Please help me to give her a big applause.
Thank you, Đức. It is my honor to co-host this event with you as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, after 2 years of a COVID-19 pandemic, finally we are able to see each other face to face again in this conference. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to exchange and share actuarial knowledge, together to engage with the actuarial community, not only in Vietnam, but also in the ASEAN region.
Please allow us to introduce to our valued guests, our representative of all sponsors and all actuaries who are present in the conference today. On behalf of the Insurance Supervisory Authorities, please welcome Ms. Phạm Thu Phương, Vice Commissioner of the Insurance Supervisory Authorities. Please welcome Ms. Lý Thị Thu Thủy, Head of Life Insurance Department, ISA.
And on behalf of Insurance Association of Vietnam, I would like to welcome Mr. Nguyễn Trung Dũng, Deputy Secretary General, Insurance Association of Vietnam.
On behalf of our sponsors, it is our pleasure to welcome Mr. Dirk Nuder, Regional Director, Genre. Mr. Anh Mun Thanh, Senior Client Manager, Squidry. Mr. Setiadi Ambatus, Director, Business Development, RGA. Mr. Vasan Erakia, Head of Southeast Asia and Japan, Pacific Library. Ms. Vanessa Liu, Partner, Ernst & Young, Singapore. Mr. Sean Cole, Society of Actuary, Asia Committee Member.
And on behalf of AIA Vietnam, it is my pleasure to welcome our leadership team. Please welcome Mr. Wei Bisan, our CEO of AIA Vietnam. Please welcome Mr. Lê Thành Nam, CFO of AIA Vietnam. Next, it's my honor to introduce Ms. Trần Thị Ái Liên, Chief Human Resources Officer of AIA Vietnam. Please welcome Ms. Vũ Lê Mộng Hà, Chief Marketing and Proposition Officer of AIA Vietnam. Next, I'd like to introduce Ms. Lê Hương Ly, Chief External Relations Officer of AIA Vietnam. And last but not least, it is my honor to introduce our Chief Actuary of AIA Vietnam, Mr. Nguyễn Quang Duy.
Especially, we would like to welcome all actuaries from the insurance industry in Vietnam and in Asia who are here in the conference hall today.
Ladies and gentlemen, the insurance industry is growing in terms of size of an industry as well as the diversity of products. The industry's goal is not just to provide insurance products for Vietnamese people, but moreover, we have the target to create a longer, healthier, better life for Vietnamese community. That is the reason why the title, the topic, Insurance for Everyone, was considered and selected to become this year's theme.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the opening ceremony of Vietnam Actuarial Conference 2022 today, we honor to invite to the stage Mr. Lê Thành Nam, Chief Financial Officer of AIA Vietnam and Chairman of the Organizing Committee to give the opening speech, please.
And then please come on stage. Oh, okay.
Xin chào tất cả mọi người ạ. Such a big audience. Xin chào tất cả các quý khách đã tham dự cái hội nghị tiếng Việt mình gọi là nghề định phí Việt Nam, Việt Nam Actuarial Conference 2022. Tôi đoán là ở đây rất là nhiều người cũng có tâm trạng như tôi là rất là muốn cái hội nghị này sau 2 năm mà mình không tổ chức face to face như bây giờ. Thành ra là một cái sự kiện rất là được mong đợi từ tất cả mọi người. Hôm nay tôi rất là vui gặp được lại tất cả những đồng nghiệp đã trưởng thành trong ngành này rất là nhiều. Và vui hơn nữa là tôi nhớ cách đây 6 năm lúc mà bắt đầu cái VAC lần đầu tiên có khoảng hơn 100 người thôi. Ngày hôm nay là mình có đến 350 người làm trong ngành định phí đến tham dự hội nghị này. Một cái sự phát triển cả lượng và chất rất là mạnh cho nghề định phí của mình. Với mong muốn là phát triển cái nghề định phí ở Việt Nam ngày càng mạnh mẽ, cũng như cái đóng góp cho cái phát triển bền vững của ngành bảo hiểm nhân thọ ở Việt Nam, thì chúng tôi mong muốn cái sự kiện này được tổ chức ít nhất là hàng năm với các chủ đề mang tính cập nhật thời sự để chia sẻ những thông tin cho các bạn làm ngành định phí. Ngoài ra chúng tôi cũng rất là hân hạnh được tiếp đón các vị khách quý từ đơn vị quản lý, các trường đào tạo ngành định phí cũng như là các nhà tái bảo hiểm để có cái nhìn đa chiều trong hội nghị. Không chỉ là một cái hội nghị với tư cách là chia sẻ các vấn đề về kỹ thuật, chúng tôi cũng mong muốn là VAC là một nơi mình có thể giao lưu, chia sẻ, động viên, khích lệ các bạn trẻ phát triển lâu dài với nghề. Quay lại cái chủ đề thì chúng ta biết bảo hiểm nhân thọ ở Việt Nam có tuổi đời khá non trẻ, 22-23 năm. Tốc độ tăng trưởng thì rất là cao, 2 con số một năm. Nhưng mà tỷ lệ người dân có bảo hiểm ngày hôm nay cũng đâu đó 10%. Chúng tôi luôn luôn đặt câu hỏi tại sao chỉ là 10% trong khi các nước lân cận ở châu Á 50, 70, 80%. Tại sao là 10% trong khi bảo hiểm nhân thọ, bảo hiểm là một cái nhu cầu rất là căn bản của con người, mọi người ai cũng phải có. Thì do đó chúng tôi quyết định chọn cái chủ đề năm nay là bảo hiểm cho mọi người, với mong muốn là một cái diễn đàn mình chia sẻ đâu là những khó khăn để đưa bảo hiểm đến gần hơn với người dân Việt Nam, và thảo luận cái giải pháp để bước qua những khó khăn này. Tất nhiên đây không phải là vấn đề một chuyên gia định phí có thể giải quyết được. Nó đòi hỏi những mức cao hơn, từ mức độ doanh nghiệp, cơ quan quản lý và có thể là toàn xã hội mới giải quyết được bài toán này. Tuy nhiên chúng tôi cũng rất là mong muốn đưa cái chủ đề này ra để cùng thảo luận lần VAC lần này. Một lần nữa xin cảm ơn sự có mặt của tất cả các quý khách và chúc hội nghị có một cái buổi thảo luận rất là thành công, mang nhiều ý nghĩa. Xin cảm ơn ạ.
Thank you, Annam, for your wonderful opening speech. Moving forward, I would like to invite Mr. Wei Bisan, our CEO of AIA Việt Nam, to come on stage and share his thoughts about this conference. Please welcome Mr. Wei.
Xin chào các bạn. Tôi rất vui gặp các bạn. Tôi thấy vui cho bảo hiểm, công ty bảo hiểm, và hôm nay ở đây tôi muốn chúc mừng Actuary's công ty bảo hiểm. It's a great honor to be here. Firstly, let me apologize for all of the AA propaganda that you were subjected to for 10 minutes. We're very excited about the AA Vitality launch that we're just bringing out to our customers. So for everyone here that came in here, you saw a lot of AA marketing and branding collateral. Let me firstly say a special welcome to our special guests, Ms. Phương from the ISA, Ms. Thuy also, and the ISA team, Ms. Ziem, to Mr. Zum from the association, thank you for attending as well. To the sponsors, all of the reinsurers that are here, Swiss Re, we have Gen Re, we have the Pacific Life, and also we also have the Society of Actuaries and also the RGA and EY. Thank you for Ernst Young for supporting as well. It's been a long time since we've had the Actuarial conference. You know, like many industries, COVID has disrupted a little bit of the momentum and a little bit of the opportunity for us all to engage and get together. On my way in this morning, a good friend of mine who was my CFO down in New Zealand before I came to Vietnam, one of our top actuaries at AIA, I said, look, I'm going to address a bunch of actuaries this morning. Can you give me some good actuary jokes? After about 20 or 30, I said, stop, I've got enough. So I knew this would take a little bit of time here. That was a joke, guys. He sent me a lot of jokes. This is going to take a bit of time. Okay, so I came up with one. I'm hoping that this one's going to have the impact. I once told an actuary to go to the end of the line. He came back 5 minutes later and said he couldn't because somebody was already there. I've got others, but we'll stop at that one. Actually, on a serious note, I do want to say that everyone here has a big responsibility in our industry. You know, the theme today, Insurance for Everyone, is a very, very good theme to have because we've been sitting around 8, 9, 10% insurance penetration for a long time. I've been here 8 years. The dial hasn't shifted a lot. So we're going to have to do things that talk about affordability, that talk about accessibility and availability of our industry to many more customers. And I know Nam talked a bit about that in his opening. We have to make our industry more accessible, which means doing things differently. And COVID's given us this opportunity. COVID's given us this opportunity for us to take a more engaging approach to our customers. The market is now thinking more about insurance, thinking more about health, thinking more about their family security. So we have a great opportunity to do more in this market. I also want to take the opportunity while Ms. Phung's here to applaud the ISA and the MOF for the recent changes that will be implemented early next year and transition period of 2 years, for the great approach that the ISA have taken to make sure that our industry is sustainable for the future. We know that there are practices in our market that are not sustainable. We have to take a collective responsibility to ensure that we are doing the right thing by the customers and therefore doing the right thing by our companies. Everything must be geared around sustainability, and we have no excuse to take any shortcuts. We have the fastest growing middle class in Southeast Asia. We have a low insurance penetration. We have a market that has an appetite for our products. So we don't need to take any shortcuts. And I applaud the ISA for the approach that they've taken, particularly as we look at bank assurance and also our agency distribution channels, to make sure that we're doing the right thing by our customers. Everything starts with the customer, and we've got to make sure that we have our sustainable practices right across every player in our industry. I want to close by saying a big thank you to everyone. This is a lot bigger than what I thought it was going to be. It's not just actuaries that we have here in the room. We have a number of people from other sectors and other parts of the business as well. And I just finish on an opening line that I said at the start. Everyone here has a big responsibility. We have a fantastic opportunity to do more for our industry and therefore more for Vietnam. So this theme, Insurance for Everyone, is not just about the growth of our industry. The government is very, very keen to make sure that more Vietnamese are protected. Their families are protected. So we have that responsibility, and the onus is on all of us here today to make sure that's done the right way and in a sustainable way. Xin cảm ơn.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wayne, the one who has led our company to strive beyond expectations for the past several years. So I'd like everyone to give him another round big of applause. Thank you.
present at the Vietnam Actuarial Conference 2022. Today, we are extremely honored to welcome Ms. Phạm Thu Phương, Vice Commissioner of Insurance Supervisory Authority. We cordially invite you to come up to the stage to share your thoughts about the conference. Please.
Alo. Ok. Kính thưa tất cả các quý vị đại biểu. Hôm nay thì thay mặt lãnh đạo Cục Quản lý Giám sát Bảo hiểm đến dự cái hội thảo của các chuyên gia tính toán bảo hiểm Việt Nam năm 2022. Thì phải nói rằng là tôi thật sự rất là vui mừng và ấn tượng. Tôi ấn tượng bởi vì là cái số lượng đại biểu tham dự vào cái hội thảo này năm nay rất là đông, với khoảng 350 đại biểu trực tiếp. Và bên cạnh đó là còn có một số lượng rất lớn các đại biểu tham dự livestream trực tuyến. Điều đó chứng tỏ cái điều gì? Chứng tỏ là ngành định phí bảo hiểm tại Việt Nam cũng đã bắt đầu được xã hội ghi nhận, quan tâm và tiếp cận. Và đây cũng sẽ là một cái cơ hội rất là thuận lợi và rất là tốt cho tất cả các cái doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm trong việc là thu hút những cái nguồn nhân lực về định phí bảo hiểm có chất lượng cao làm việc tại doanh nghiệp để tiếp tục đa dạng hóa những cái sản phẩm bảo hiểm, phát triển hoạt động kinh doanh an toàn và hiệu quả, bền vững hơn để đáp ứng cái nhu cầu ngày càng cao của các tổ chức cá nhân tham gia bảo hiểm. Tôi cũng ghi nhận và đánh giá rất cao cái ý tưởng lựa chọn cái chủ đề hội thảo ngày hôm nay, đó là bảo hiểm cho mọi người, với các nội dung chính là tập trung vào chuyển đổi số và tập trung vào cái việc đa dạng hóa cái sản phẩm bảo hiểm để đưa sản phẩm bảo hiểm dễ tiếp cận hơn với đại đa số bộ phận của người dân Việt Nam. Thế thì đây là một chủ đề tôi cho rằng là rất là thiết thực và có tính thời sự rất là cao. Tại sao lại như vậy? Bởi vì như tất cả các vị đại biểu cũng đã biết là chúng ta cũng đang trong cái thời kỳ hậu Covid-19. Ý thức của người dân về chăm sóc sức khỏe là rõ ràng đã được nâng cao và nhu cầu được bảo vệ là cũng tăng lên rất nhiều. Bên cạnh đó là cùng với cách mạng công nghệ 4.0 thì cái phương thức làm việc và cách thức sinh hoạt của người dân thì cũng đã bắt đầu có sự chuyển đổi mạnh mẽ. Từ cái việc làm việc trực tiếp, mua sắm trực tiếp thì bây giờ cũng đã chuyển sang cái làm việc online và mua sắm online, làm việc từ xa. Như vậy là rõ ràng là cái việc đa dạng hóa sản phẩm và cái việc chuyển đổi số của các doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm là một cái yêu cầu tất yếu để nhằm đáp ứng, giúp các doanh nghiệp thích ứng tốt hơn với cả cái điều kiện mới, mang lại những cái sản phẩm đa dạng hơn cho khách hàng. Ngoài ra thì tôi cũng cho rằng là cái chủ đề của hội thảo năm nay thì nó rất là đúng và khai thác rất là trúng những cái đặc điểm về kinh tế, đặc điểm về đặc trưng về những cái tiềm năng của thị trường bảo hiểm Việt Nam. Chúng ta cũng đã biết là theo báo cáo Kinh tế Đông Nam Á năm 2020 thì Việt Nam có tỷ lệ dân số sử dụng Internet là cao nhất khu vực Đông Nam Á, lên tới 41%. Và dự kiến đến năm 2025 thì cái quy mô thương mại điện tử của Việt Nam là dự kiến cũng đứng thứ 3 ASEAN. Đây là cơ hội rất là lớn cho thị trường bảo hiểm để thực hiện cái chuyển đổi số mạnh mẽ. Và bên cạnh đó thì như ngài Uây và ông Nam cũng đã vừa chia sẻ là cái tỷ lệ tham gia bảo hiểm của người dân về bảo hiểm nhân thọ, bảo hiểm sức khỏe hiện nay còn rất là thấp, mới khoảng 10% so với cả cái tiềm năng của thị trường và cái tốc độ tăng trưởng của ngành bảo hiểm nhân thọ trong những năm gần đây khoảng 15% một năm, thì rõ ràng chúng ta thấy là tiềm năng nó còn rất lớn. Thế thì cái việc phát triển cái sản phẩm bảo hiểm nhân thọ và bảo hiểm sức khỏe để phù hợp với nhu cầu của người dân là không chỉ là cái mối quan tâm của một doanh nghiệp mà là mối quan tâm của tất cả các cái doanh nghiệp hoạt động trên thị trường. Thay mặt lãnh đạo Cục Quản lý Giám sát Bảo hiểm thì tôi cũng xin trân trọng cảm ơn tất cả các cái doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm cũng đã duy trì cái diễn đàn này hàng năm, và cảm ơn công ty bảo hiểm AIA cũng đã đăng cai cái diễn đàn năm 2022. Cảm ơn các cái diễn giả, các nhà tài trợ đã đồng hành cùng sự kiện, và chúng tôi cho rằng đây là một cái cơ hội rất là tốt để các chuyên gia tính toán bảo hiểm tại Việt Nam được chia sẻ, được học hỏi kinh nghiệm chuyên môn trong lĩnh vực tính toán bảo hiểm và được cập nhật các cái xu hướng mới của ngành bảo hiểm nhân thọ trên thế giới. Qua đó là góp phần trước hết là hỗ trợ các cái doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm phát triển an toàn bền vững, cung cấp các cái sản phẩm đa dạng và dễ tiếp cận cho đại đa số người dân, và thông qua đó thì hỗ trợ cái thị trường bảo hiểm Việt Nam phát triển. Các quý vị đại biểu cũng biết là về phía cơ quan quản lý giám sát bảo hiểm thì Bộ Tài chính chúng tôi cũng luôn sẵn sàng hỗ trợ, tạo điều kiện thuận lợi nhất cho các doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm phát triển hoạt động kinh doanh trong khuôn khổ quy phạm pháp luật. Tháng 6 vừa qua thì Quốc hội cũng đã ban hành cái luật kinh doanh bảo hiểm mới, thay thế cái luật kinh doanh bảo hiểm cũ và có hiệu lực từ ngày 1 tháng 1 năm 2023. Thì hiện nay Cục Quản lý Giám sát Bảo hiểm cũng đang nỗ lực hết sức để trình các cấp có thẩm quyền ban hành những cái nghị định và thông tư hướng dẫn luật để đảm bảo là đúng vào ngày luật có hiệu lực 1 tháng 1 năm 2023 thì các nghị định và thông tư hướng dẫn này cũng sẽ có hiệu lực. Những cái điểm mới trong cái nghị định và thông tư chúng tôi dự kiến là cũng sẽ hỗ trợ rất tích cực cho cái việc là doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm rút ngắn cái thời gian đưa cái sản phẩm bảo hiểm ra thị trường. Ví dụ như là các cái thủ tục về phê chuẩn sản phẩm là cũng được đơn giản hóa. Thay vì là trình Bộ Tài chính cả cái quy tắc điều khoản biểu phí để phê chuẩn thì hiện nay dự thảo cũng sẽ chỉ quy định là doanh nghiệp chủ động xây dựng quy tắc điều khoản, thế còn đăng ký với Bộ Tài chính về cơ sở tính phí thôi. Cái thứ hai là những cái dự thảo mới thì cũng sẽ tăng cường cái quản trị rủi ro, kiểm soát nội bộ, kiểm toán nội bộ cho doanh nghiệp, minh bạch các thông tin khi mà triển khai các sản phẩm bảo hiểm. Rồi đặc biệt là có những cái quy định về ứng dụng công nghệ thông tin trong kinh doanh bảo hiểm, cung cấp các dịch vụ và sản phẩm bảo hiểm trên môi trường mạng. Và đây cũng sẽ là cái cơ sở pháp lý rất là quan trọng để hỗ trợ doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm chuyển đổi số, rút ngắn cái thời gian đưa sản phẩm bảo hiểm đến khách hàng. Tôi rất là tâm đắc cái ý kiến phát biểu của anh Nam. Đó là một nhóm các cái chuyên gia định phí thì cũng không thể thay đổi cái việc mà đưa sản phẩm bảo hiểm tiếp cận đến đại đa số người dân. Tuy nhiên thì chúng tôi cũng tin tưởng rất là mạnh mẽ rằng với cái sự nỗ lực của cơ quan quản lý trong việc hoàn thiện cơ chế chính sách về kinh doanh bảo hiểm, cái sự tích cực hưởng ứng của doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm trong cái việc chuyển đổi số và đưa hiện thực hóa những cái ý tưởng của chuyên gia tính toán bảo hiểm, đưa sản phẩm bảo hiểm dễ dàng tiếp cận hơn với khách hàng, thì nhất định là chúng ta cũng sẽ đạt được những cái mong muốn và những cái mục tiêu đề ra. Một lần nữa thì tôi cũng xin kính chúc sức khỏe của các quý vị đại biểu, chúc hội thảo thành công tốt đẹp. Xin trân trọng cảm ơn.
Vâng, xin được chân thành cảm ơn phần chia sẻ của bà Phạm Thu Phương. Xin mời bà Phạm Thu Phương nán lại sân khấu chút xíu ạ. Now I would like to invite Mr. Wei Bisant and Ms. Lê Hương Ly, representative of the organizing committee, to come on stage and give souvenirs and flowers to Ms. Phạm Thu Phương as our token of appreciation for your coming here today. Thank you everyone.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, present at the Vietnam Actuarial Conference 2022 today, we are extremely honored to greet Mr. Ngô Trung Dũng from the Insurance Association of Vietnam. We would like to invite you to come up to the stage to give a speech about the conference. Please welcome.
Kính thưa các quý vị đại biểu tham dự buổi hội thảo ngày hôm nay. Hôm nay tôi rất vui mừng được thay mặt cho lãnh đạo của cơ quan thường trực Hiệp hội Bảo hiểm Việt Nam tham dự hội thảo chuyên gia bảo hiểm Việt Nam năm 2022 do công ty bảo hiểm nhân thọ AIA Việt Nam tổ chức. Hiệp hội Bảo hiểm Việt Nam là tổ chức đại diện cho các doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm nhân thọ và phi nhân thọ hội viên chính thức, cũng như một số hội viên liên kết là các tổ chức đào tạo về bảo hiểm, các công ty môi giới, giám định bảo hiểm, văn phòng đại diện công ty bảo hiểm nước ngoài Việt Nam, luôn vinh dự được đồng hành trong những cái sự kiện của hội viên. Đối với hoạt động của các chuyên gia tính toán bảo hiểm để nâng cao hiệu quả hoạt động của đội ngũ chuyên gia tính toán thuộc các doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm hội viên trong những vấn đề chung của thị trường bảo hiểm Việt Nam, thì hiệp hội chúng tôi cũng đã thành lập ban chuyên trách Actuary để cùng trao đổi thảo luận các vấn đề chung của thị trường liên quan đến công việc của tính toán bảo hiểm. Mới đây thì ngày 31 tháng 10 năm 2022 thì Hiệp hội Bảo hiểm Việt Nam cũng đã ban hành quy tắc ứng xử trong nghề nghiệp tính toán bảo hiểm, Code of Conduct, để nâng cao hơn nữa tính chuyên nghiệp trong hoạt động của chuyên gia tính toán. Trong hoàn cảnh các chuyên gia tính toán bảo hiểm Việt Nam chúng ta chưa có hội nghề nghiệp riêng, thì Hiệp hội Bảo hiểm Việt Nam cũng luôn sẵn sàng là ngôi nhà chung của các chuyên gia tính toán. Và chúng tôi cũng rất mong cộng đồng Actuary Việt Nam sẽ nhanh chóng lớn mạnh và thành lập được tổ chức hội nghề nghiệp riêng của mình. Các chủ đề chính của hội thảo ngày hôm nay như là ban tổ chức cũng đã thông báo là về bao gồm những vấn đề về bảo hiểm sức khỏe, bảo hiểm bệnh hiểm nghèo, vấn đề chuyển đổi số. Theo tôi rất là thiết thực và là những vấn đề thời sự mà cộng đồng bảo hiểm cũng đang rất quan tâm. Bảo hiểm sức khỏe Việt Nam là loại hình bảo hiểm có sự tăng trưởng rất tốt trong vài năm gần đây, với tỷ lệ tăng trưởng luôn cao hơn nhiều so với mức tăng trưởng chung của các loại hình bảo hiểm khác. Ví dụ như 10 tháng đầu năm 2022 thì nghiệp vụ bảo hiểm sức khỏe chúng ta cũng tăng trưởng trên 40% so với cùng kỳ năm trước. Hiệp hội Bảo hiểm Việt Nam với sự hỗ trợ của Hiệp hội các chuyên gia tính toán bảo hiểm Bắc Mỹ CIS rồi chúng tôi cũng tổ chức một cái khóa đào tạo ngắn hạn cập nhật những kiến thức cho các chuyên gia tính toán của các doanh nghiệp bảo hiểm phi nhân thọ cũng như nhân thọ, cập nhật những kiến thức về định phí bảo hiểm sức khỏe trong mấy tháng vừa rồi, và cũng mới thi tuần trước có 84 người học, 58 người đủ điều kiện dự thi. Chúng tôi tổ chức thi và tổ chức học ở 2 điểm, Thành phố Hồ Chí Minh và Hà Nội, và có 42 người thi và chỉ có 34 người đỗ thôi. Cuộc thi cũng rất là nghiêm túc. Với những chủ đề hay và thiết thực như trên thì và với sự tham gia nhiệt tình của đông đảo các quý vị thì tôi tin tưởng rằng hội thảo hôm nay sẽ thành công rất tốt đẹp. Thay mặt Hiệp hội Bảo hiểm Việt Nam, tôi xin chân thành gửi lời cảm ơn tới công ty bảo hiểm nhân thọ AIA, đơn vị tổ chức hội thảo này. Xin chúc các quý vị sức khỏe và thành công. Xin cảm ơn. Thank you AIA Việt Nam and Mr. Besan personally for this event. Thank you.
Vâng, xin được cảm ơn phần chia sẻ của ông Ngô Trung Dũng ạ. Now I would like to invite on stage Ms. Vũ Lê Mộng Hà, Chief Marketing and Proposition Officer, and Mr. Lê Thành Nam, our CFO, to give flowers and souvenirs to Mr. Dũng. Just say thank you for your coming here today. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before the conference starts, we would like to say thank you to all of our diamond sponsors and co-sponsors who are participating to organize this conference. We are honored to invite the following valued guests to the stage to receive our thank you.
Please welcome Mr. Dirk Nuder, Regional Director, January. Please welcome Mr. Anh Bun Tan, Senior Client Manager, Squidry. Please welcome Mr. Setiadi Ambertus, Director, Business Development, NGàNH. Please welcome Mr. Vasan Erakia, Head of Southeast Asia and Japan, Pacific Library. Please welcome Mr. Vanessa Lu, Partner and Ernst & Young. Please welcome Mr. Sean Cole, SOA Asia Committee Member.
And we would like to invite on stage Ms. Trần Thị Ái Liên, Chief Human Resources Officer, and Mr. Nguyễn Quang Duy, Chief Actuary. Mời anh Duy ạ. We would like to send these beautiful flowers to our diamond sponsor and co-sponsor for agreeing to participate in this wonderful event. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause once again to say thank you to all of our sponsors.
Please stay for a moment and look at the camera to sell this very special moment.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, critical illnesses have always been a great concern for most Vietnamese people. In fact, when people think about health insurance, critical illness is usually the first thing to come in mind.
To begin our Vietnam Actuarial Conference today, we would like to invite a representative from General Reinsurance Corporation to speak on the topic of critical illness insurance for everyone.
Please give a big applause to welcome on stage Mr. Samuel Lim, Head of Critical Illness Analytics at Gen Life and Health Asia. Please give a big applause to welcome on stage Mr. Samuel.
Hello. Test. Right. A very good morning to everyone, and thanks for the introduction earlier. So, first of all, I would like to thank this organizing team. I think this is a very well organized conference, and it's one of the better ones that I've attended this year. Right. So, on the topic and on the theme of this presentation I'm giving, so it's on insurance for everyone. So, can I have the slides up? Cool. Yes. So, the topic is on insurance for everyone, and the focus here is on critical illness insurance. So how to really understand how this is insurance for everyone, I think one of the key things is to get how CI insurance came about, right? So if you look back as to how CI insurance come about, a lot of you might have guessed that CI insurance might come from Asia, but actually it came from 1983 back in South Africa by Crusader Life at that point in time. And it was supported by Colon Re and now Gen Re. So how it came about, it actually come from this gentleman over here, Dr. Maurice Barnett. So he was a cardiologist. So as you can imagine, he treated a lot of people, conduct a lot of surgery and things like that. And in fact, he's one of the founder in terms of he conducted the first heart-to-heart transplant surgery in 1967. So while treating his patient, he realized that a lot of people did not lose their life because of CI. They actually lost their life saving through the whole process of it. So he actually came about and tried to develop this critical illness product where it helped people to continue to live. It's more of a living benefit than something that that will take someone's life away, right? So that is how the product actually started. And how is it really insurance for everyone? People need CI insurance for different reasons. And there are a few reasons that people need it to pay for their medical bills. And also at the same time, things like if you have a housing mortgage and things like that, you will also need that benefit. And ultimately, it has to be affordable because there are different segments, different socio-economic class in the whole society. So that's something to look out for. And at the same time, when we are developing our products, whether to make it into a multi-pay, to make it into 188 CI conditions, or maybe even more, the affordability is the key. So there would be a need to have a different type of product suite, things that are more affordable, and things that are people who are looking out for in terms of the full-fledged type of benefit. So that's something to have in mind. And the third part is on easy to understand. And as you know, CI product can be very complicated. The definitions and things like that, when you are getting into too many conditions, it's very difficult to look through every single conditions, and the insurance agent might not even understand what they are trying to sell. So that's something to look out for and to make it as easy to understand as possible. And availability to everyone. I think Vietnam at this point in time is still, in terms of demographic, is still pretty young as compared to markets like Hong Kong and Singapore, where there is a much more older population. So having everyone to be able to access insurance is something to look out for. And earlier during the introduction, we did hear about sustainability, right? And one aspect of it is also whether we can get people who are maybe in the senior group, maybe age 50 and above, where they have some sort of medical conditions and they might not be able to pass through full underwriting. So that's something to look out for in terms of having insurance for everyone. And last part is actually what I'm going to touch on today is the sustainability of CI product. And that's very important because a lot of times when we try to do something, we try to innovate, and then realize few years down the road the loss ratio, the combined ratio is very bad, and you have to take the product off the shelf and then relaunch it again. So the sustainability of it is a question mark, and that's what I'm touching on. So this gentleman over here, I think most of you would know. And one thing to make it sustainable is to understand where are the risks coming from. And that's what we are touching on today. So the source of the information that I'm sharing comes from January's Dread Disease Survey. If you have not heard of it, we actually started doing this in 1990. Back then, it was 3 markets, Singapore, Hong Kong, Malaysia, at that point in time, about 5,000 claims. So we have been doing it for many rounds already. So we are right now at our 8th edition of this survey, where we consolidate data from different markets, and then after that, provide experience analysis and benchmarking to let people know where the risks are coming from. So as you can see from last survey, we have mainland China coming in, and we have about 1.2 million claims and about 110 million lives in the analysis alone. So what this slide is trying to tell you is that the big three is always the call, right? I mean, when it first started in 1983, it was only 4 CI conditions: heart attack, cancer, stroke, and CABG. And really looking at it, you can see that for male, this is the results for Hong Kong and for Singapore. The top 3, the big 3 conditions cover up to close to 80%. And that is why I think at the end of the day, we can have different suite of product that cover these 3 can cater to a lot of people already, and to make it affordable as well, and to ease of understanding. Right? If you look in terms of the breakdown of the claims, you can see that Hong Kong and Singapore is very different. Hong Kong has much more cancer claims as compared to Singapore claims. So that's one of the key things to look out for in terms of understanding the difference in the market. But for the situation of Vietnam, so where does it really look like? So we didn't conduct the Dread Disease Survey in Vietnam, but from what we understand and what we are seeing is that there are quite a lot of cancer claims coming in. And things like thyroid cancer is something that we need to look out for, right? And looking at the female segment, right, it's even, the big 3 covers even more of the conditions. There are about 90% in terms of heart attack, cancer and stroke for Singapore, and 92% for Hong Kong. And for female, not surprisingly, cancer take up bulk of the claims, 87% for Hong Kong and 80% for Singapore. The difference lies with things like thyroid cancer, lung cancer, and things like that come from the Hong Kong market, where active screening is very acceptable in the society. So that's something that we have seen. And in terms of incidence rate, let me just go through the methodology that we are talking about, what we really analyze. So in the analysis that you will see later on, we only look into the traditional accelerated product. And for the customer segmentation, so when we are doing the analysis, we drop out all the juvenile products, the lady maternity products, so basically looking at just the generic traditional accelerated type of products, right? And for underwriting results, we excluded all the substandard risks in the sense that those with extra morbidity loading, those with exclusion, we did not take into account, so we are comparing things on a like-for-like basis. And for claim costs, we look at both minor conditions, the major conditions, as well as death. I mean, that's the makeup of how a traditional accelerated product would be. And lastly, for comparison, we basically created this age standardized incidence rate. For age 20 to 59, as you can see over here, we use it for a selection effect comparison, age 20 to 64 for a trend comparison. And when we are comparing it with the population statistics, we will do the World Survey 1960 type of comparison. And yep, and so how has it been looking for the CI market both in Hong Kong and Singapore? What we see here is that the short-term trend is quite bad in the sense that we do see from 2015 to 2019, there's a little bit of deterioration. The dotted lines here represent the experience for the Hong Kong market, and then the solid line represents Singapore. So you can see that for Singapore in the short term, there's a little bit of deterioration already, but over the long term, it is still fairly flat, and same thing for Hong Kong as well. And in the case of Hong Kong female, okay, is much more worse in the sense that over the last few years, we see significant deterioration, close to 3% per annum. And for Singapore, it's about 2% per annum. And if we look at the long term, I think the good part is that we do have quite a stable experience from the early part of 2004, 2010. So when we look at the overall long-term experience, the deterioration for Hong Kong it's about 2%, and for Singapore it's about 1% for female. So it's not that bad, but at the same time, what this tells us in terms of doing pricing and also at the same time whether guaranteed rates are possible or not, it's something to bear in mind that it might not be that simple that rates will remain the same. So you have to factor that into your pricing consideration that CI experience will deteriorate. And the reason for deterioration can be multifold in the sense that it could be due to increased screening, it could be due to lifestyle and things like that. So that's something to look out for. So there are a lot of analysis that we were doing. I will just briefly touch on in terms of the infographic that are out in the market. So in terms of the infographic that are out in the market, what we can see so far is that the typical average age, both for Singapore and Hong Kong, is about 28 years old. And for Vietnam market, I would expect this to be a lot younger, probably about 23, 24 years old. And in terms of the sum assured protection, I think something different, or rather something different between Singapore and Hong Kong market is that Singapore likes to compete on the percentage of sum assured that someone can pay out. So sometimes a major condition will pay out 300%, but Hong Kong less so. So that's why there's a difference in terms of average major CI protection and average sum assured. But what I want to point out is that it has been growing in the last 5 years. It has been growing very quickly, and it's not surprising for the case of Vietnam to grow a lot faster than that. And in terms of the major top major conditions, these are the few conditions that I mentioned earlier, so I wouldn't touch them again. But for top cancer side, something to note that is different is that for Singapore, we see prostate cancer to be something that is very concerning. It has gone up to second place, and in the last time around when we did this survey, it was not even in the top 3. So in a more aging society, that's what you would expect in terms of the top cancer side. In the case of Hong Kong, something to point out is for thyroid cancer, it's actually 3rd place right now. It's pretty bad. Last time around, it was probably around in the 5th place, and this time around, it is 3rd place now. And one of the reasons why it is so bad is because of the mainland Chinese visitor that actually come over to Hong Kong to purchase such policy. And the screening awareness of such condition is very strong among them as compared to the Hong Kong residents. Yeah. So that's what we did in general. But for today's purpose, what I'm talking about is just lung cancer and suicide. The reason why I chose these two was that there is quite it's more of a surprising to people that lung cancer, we do see an increase in incidence rate coming through. And for suicide, it's also partly because of the hype or the increased awareness of mental health these days, which I will touch on later on. So on lung cancer, what have we been seeing throughout this past 20, 30 years in terms of population and things like that, right? So for male, we do see a decrease in incidence rate, both for Singapore and also for Hong Kong. So it has gone down quite a bit since 1983. There are a lot of efforts from the government and from a lot of people in terms of trying to manage this, decrease in smoking rate, smoking campaign and things like that. So that's something that there are a lot of efforts going through. And looking at female, we also see that there has been a decrease in incidence rate since 1983. But what is surprising to most people is that there has been an increase in the last few years. Since for Singapore case, it is increasing since 2009, sorry. And then for Hong Kong, it is since 2013. So there has been this uptick of lung cancer incidence rate, and people are questioning why, and why do we see something like that? So that's for the population. And what do we see for the insured life? For the female insured life, we do see a decrease in incidence rate. This is a decrease, this is male, a decrease of about 9% per annum. And then for Hong Kong, we actually see opposite direction where there's an increase. And next one is for female. For female, in Singapore, it's fairly flat in the sense that it is decreasing about 1% per annum. And then for Hong Kong, which is this one, it's increasing by about 4% per annum. So that's something to question why two markets, both very developed market, and why do we see totally different thing, right? And when we compare what's the impact of being a smoker on the lung cancer incidence rate, we do see that for a smoker, you are 3 times more likely to get lung cancer as compared to a non-smoker. So that is pretty consistent, and we can see that in terms of lung cancer incidence rate, Hong Kong market is a lot higher than that of the Singapore market. And in terms of trend, in terms of trend, we can see that for male it is decreasing, and for female as well, it is pretty flat. So the impact of it for trend line is a lot stronger on male than female. And one thing that we notice is there are also a lot more non-smoker getting non-small cell lung cancer, which is something that we look into. And speaking to our doctors and things like that, it's something to take note that actually being a female on its own, that in terms of the genetic makeup, there is an additional risk to it already. So say for example, when a male smoke and a female, they are both smokers, when they quit smoking, the improve in incidence rate actually becomes better for male as compared to female. Yeah, that's something to look out for when you are trying to encourage your policyholders to quit smoking. And certainly why lung cancer is important is because traditionally it has always been detected in a very late stage. So as you can see in the graph over here, 62.9% of the lung cancer are being detected in stage 4, whereas the other cancer sites like colorectal, prostate, they are in terms of proportion less in terms of stage 4 cancer. And this goes the same for female as well, where 62.5% of the lung cancer detected are in stage 4. Then the next question would then be, are we able to improve this, and is there anything that we can do? So there's something that came up, I think 5 years or probably something earlier ago, is the low dosage CT scan, where people are using more and more common in terms of their medical screening. So what we see, and also what we observe, is that in the past, say in 2010, right, the Singapore government, the MOH, do not recommend doing such screening at all because they do not view it as something that will improve the survival rate. And what we noticed recently is that there has been a change in attitude in terms of that. People are going away from population screening to risk-based screening. So in 2019, when they released the cancer screening guidelines, they actually encourage people aged above 55 and who have smoked more than 30 pack years to go for this LD CT scan. And what is the implication on us as insurer? I think one thing to note is that we will definitely have more cancer detection, and the hit rate in terms of doing such scan and getting lung cancer will also be higher, because right now you are looking at a risk-based type of screening. So things might change, and that's why in terms of doing guarantee rates and things like that, it's something to really be aware about, not just within the actual space, and also the development in terms of how governments around the world are looking at health screening will be important. So next thing is on suicide. So drawing the link of suicide to mental health can be a little bit shaky. So here I want to clarify something, right? So suicide on its own is not a mental health condition. But the thing is, most mental health conditions uses suicide as a proxy to measure whether you are mentally ill, right? So this is how it come about. So I would actually, let me go back. I mean, think about it on your own. Maybe show it to your friends next to you, whether do you think suicide rate is higher for male, or do you think suicide rate is higher for female? And at what age group? 20 to 29 versus each of the age 10 age band. Which one would have the highest suicide rate? Think about it for a second, and then I will show you what we have found. Okay, let me just proceed. So I don't know whether you guys have guessed it right. Actually, males are generally more stressful than female. So in our survey result, what we found is that there is consistently a higher suicide rate for male than female. So the dotted line is for Hong Kong, and then you can see that in the case of Hong Kong, the difference is quite drastic. So the males have a lot higher incidence in terms of suicide rate as compared to the female. And for Singapore, I think Singapore males had it better in the sense that we are not as stressful. The suicide rate between the male and female are not that different. It's pretty close between the two, but then you could still see a very distinct difference. Yeah, I hope you have guessed it right. And then the next one is on which age group is more stressed, right? What we notice is that actually the older generation, those above age 60, they are the more stressful group. And as you can see, those above age 60 generally have a higher suicide rate. And at the same time, the next second highest age group that we see a high suicide rate is this 20 to 29 years old. Yeah, so they do have quite a high suicide rate as compared to the rest. Those of us who are at the working age, we are probably less stressful. Or maybe we are stressed, but we do not go to the extreme action of doing to commit a suicide. And certainly, I think the next question on our mind would be, what would be the impact of the pandemic? And from what we have seen is that we have seen suicide rate to come down. This is for the case of Singapore. It has come down quite a bit, and during the impact of the pandemic is a slight increase, right? So that's something to think about whether would things change, would this continue in this trajectory? And what we have also found from other reports, like in US, this is a Lancet report where we see that pre-COVID, the depression rate is 8.5%, and then in 2020, it has gone up to about 27.8%. So you can see the impact of depression rate coming through in the US. And how about other areas like the OECD countries? We also see that there has been an increase in terms of the depression rate. So Australia, Belgium, France, Japan, Mexico, Sweden, UK. So all these countries all have an increase in the prevalence of depression. So that's something that we would be concerned about, especially when we are trying to develop mental health type of coverage in our CI product. And the next thing here is looking back in the last pandemic, the last one that we actually been through is during SARS, and we actually got it for the Hong Kong statistics. We can see that during the lockdown, what happened is that there is a spike in the suicide rate, and that's something that is more concerning. I mean, in the space that we are living today, where we are still in the midst of the COVID-19 situation, but we are already carrying our lives like, in a way, we are trying to live with COVID already. So the impact on people would be less. But for people who are in, say, right now in mainland China or in some parts of the world that has more COVID restriction, we would expect to see such a peak. And next, I think there has been a general movement in terms of how people are treating mental health. And the key thing here is to destigmatize it. And what happened is that we have seen newspaper articles coming out to say that, oh, it is not, we should decriminalize suicide in Singapore. And there is also a lot of study to say that maybe not talking about suicide actually does more harm. So that's something that we are trying to move away. And here is a report that, a population survey that is being done in Singapore. What we see is that in terms of, so basically they went around to people of different age group and asked them whether do you have mental conditions, do you suffer from mental health related conditions and things like that. So you can see that for people aged 18 to 29, the incidence rate of them saying that they have mental health conditions are pretty high. So they are, in a way, they could be more outspoken about it. And then when we look at the older ages, right, from age 30 and above, is significantly lower than this age group. But our findings actually show a totally different result over here. Say, for example, if we are looking at for Singapore male and female, this is the suicide rate for Singapore age 20 to 29. But in the case, if you look at age 40 to 49, the male is already higher than that of the age group 20 to 29, and the female suicide rate is also higher than that age group. Then it brings about whether is it because people who are in the older age group do not really come up to talk about it. Maybe they feel that it's not that people will judge me if I come out to say that I have mental problem and things like that. So this is painting a very different picture in the sense that people who, in the population survey where people do from door to door to check whether they have mental health, these are the group that say that they have the mental issues and things like that. But then in the committing of a suicide, it is higher for another age group. So if we are really looking into mental health as a condition, I think perhaps something that we can do is more on the older age group where we can manage things better. Right, so I'm coming to the end of my presentation. I'll just end off with some concluding remark. Right, so earlier when we start off, how can CI insurance be for everyone? We talked about the product features, it should meet the needs of people, things like having CI insurance as a coverage for your mortgage, for your child's education, and things like that. Things like it has to be affordable, easy to understand, and being available to everyone, regardless of whether they are in different age group and they could have chronic conditions already. Thinking of ways to actually accept them into this CI coverage, that's something that we would need to think about. And sustainability of CI product, which is a key. And sustainability comes from understanding what risks you are exposed to. And that's for the lung cancer and mental health / suicide that I've prepared for you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samuel, for your wonderful sharing.
Thank you.
Please come to the center of the stage with us. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Vũ Lê Mộng Hà, Chief Marketing and Proposition Officer, to come to the stage and give flowers and souvenirs for our guest speakers.
Hey, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the right insurance products are extremely important for every customer. And bringing them to more people is also a challenge for businesses. Thanks to the development of technology in the 4.0 era, insurance companies can better introduce insurance products that meet the needs of customers.
For our next guest speaker, I would like to invite on stage representative from Swiss Re to share about a very interesting topic, harnessing power of digitalization to close the protection gap. Please welcome on stage Ms. Alicia Tan, Innovation Manager of Swiss Re, and Ms. Aditi Sodi, Client Manager of Swiss Re.
The Swiss Re Group is one of the world's leading providers of reinsurance, insurance, and other forms of insurance-based risk transfer. The headquarters is in Zurich, Switzerland, where it was founded in 1863, the Swiss Re Group operates through a network of around 80 offices globally.
Okay, so thank you everyone for the warm welcome here. Like we have been introduced, we are representing Swiss Re, and we are also covering the markets of Vietnam, whereby we work with clients like yourself to bring product designs as well as solutions and risk management solutions for your company. So today we'd like to share with you on this topic here, a rather important one, on harnessing the power of digitalization to close the protection gap. So let's just start with this number right here. 1.8 trillion US dollars. So if you could think to yourself right now, can you actually, understand and comprehend what the size of this amount is? And, I can be very honest with you and share that I actually didn't understand. And like any other normal human being, I turned to my best friend, Google. And Google told me that this amount is about 1,000 of $1 billion. Again, this is not something I could comprehend. So I dug even further, and knowing that you all are actuaries, I tried to get certain calculations so that I'm a bit more correct about this. If you have 1.8 trillion pieces of a dollar note, and you stack them up right now from here, you can actually get from Earth all the way to the sun, and then take another path back down. $1.8 trillion can also buy 20 units of iPhone 14 for every single one of you right here, plus everyone else in Vietnam, whether you're an adult or a child. And $1.8 trillion is also the Asia's health protection gap. A large part of this comes from emerging markets like Vietnam. So what exactly is a health protection gap? This is actually the amount that has been estimated by Swiss Re to be the expenses that individuals have to take out of their pocket if they were to go for unexpected medical treatments. And when we look at this amount as a percentage of your household income, the gap is really large for countries like Vietnam. And this puts Vietnam in a very, very vulnerable state. Of course, low-income households will be affected, but middle-income households in Vietnam are actually the most vulnerable. Hence, it is up to us as the providers in the country to actually help our consumers close this gap, because they actually cannot do this on their own. And we need to give them the financial resources as well as provide them with the right guidance to make the right choices. So you might be wondering, how did we even get to this such a large number in terms of the protection gap? And I'll like before I actually go on, I'd like to just ask very simple questions, and I hope you can just raise your hand if you fall within these categories. So the very first question is a very simple one. Raise your hand if you sleep more than 1 hour a day. More than 1 hour a day, come on, everyone, right? Okay, so raise your hand next if you sleep more than 5 hours a day. Okay, still a lot, but somehow I'm seeing that some people are actually sleeping less. That's not very healthy. And how about those that sleep more than 10 hours a day? Actually, I know someone in the crowd that sleeps about 10 hours a day. Okay. How about the next question? Who exercise more than once a month? Anyone? That's very good. Everyone is really very healthy here. So based on all this, who actually thinks that you're a healthy person? Oh, that's not too bad, but actually that's a lot less than what I expected. Maybe that's because all of you are also actuaries and you're very self-aware of what healthy means, right? But this also is because it is a very special group of us, and it's not something that is very reflective in the population. Because what we realize is that the consumers in Vietnam are actually very optimistic about their health, and they actually underestimate their needs. And we know this because back in 2018, we did a study called the Health Protection Gap Study, and we found that 73% of the consumers, they actually think that they are very, very healthy, but yet they are also the ones that contribute to more than 50% of the health protection gap. And you know what's even worse? 61% of them are everyday smokers, and 33% of them don't even exercise more than once a month. Yet, they can still tell themselves, yes, I'm very healthy. And they're not even fearing for their health care costs in the future. This is a problem, right? But as I said, these stats came from 2018, and it has been 4 years since then. The pandemic has also changed the way that we live our lives. And we saw such lifestyle choices actually changing, and later Aditi will actually share a lot more with you about this. But beyond that, we also wanted to find out why this protection gap still exists, and that's also because we observed that consumers are just simply not taking the action. Earlier this year, we conducted a survey in Vietnam, whereby we asked more than 600 respondents across different demographic as well as socio-economic class on their preferences on buying insurance and how they feel about doing so. And what we found is that consumers are largely confident about buying health and life policies. 52% of them are very confident that they can do this on their own. 40% felt that they can actually do so if they have some level of assistance. But despite this high level of confidence, we are still not seeing the conversion rate, because as we know, penetration rate for insurance is still very low within the country. So how is it that we can, and simply all this is actually due to different reasons, right? Such as the lack of accessibility, the lack of affordability, and simply sometimes people just don't have the motivation to just, click to purchase or ask someone to, help them to buy an insurance. So how can we as an industry help to create more access to our customers, as well as also bring them a little bit more motivation to actually go through with their purchase intent as well as their decision? We can increase the access using the various different channels that already exist in the market. In the same research, we found that consumers who are now relying on their agents as well as their brokers, they actually said that in the future, they are going to turn to their insurers as well as their banks more to buy future insurance products. And there's an even stronger preference for online channels, such as the digital platforms of the banks or the insurers, as well as other applications like your e-commerce apps, your digital payment apps, or even insurance aggregators. The shift in the use of different platforms shows us the potential to really use all these different channels and create that various access points throughout the entire country, so that we can reach wider groups of people that our traditional channels are currently unable to reach. And with that, also we can give them the suitable product that meets their needs, and that allows us to pave the way for a smooth sales journey that helps to also extend our reach and our conversion. So how do we create this impactful engagement at every touch point? Today, we'll share with you 3 facets that we think will help with this population. And the first and foremost is on creating the right product for the right customer using data. The applications that I've mentioned, e-commerce, e-wallets, ride-hailing apps, as well as health tracking apps are already largely used by the consumers in Vietnam. Users are already spending more than half their time each month on all these applications, around 12 to 18 days a month. And this is on a per-user basis. And in some cases, consumers are also making large amounts of spendings on all these applications, up to about 1 million Vietnamese dong a month just on e-commerce apps. And I'm sure every one of you right here, right now, you might not be saying it, but I'm sure you're thinking, oh my gosh, I'm actually within this group. And I can tell you, actually I am also. It's just that I don't want to admit what I'm spending my money on right there. But all these apps themselves definitely reach large group of consumers over here as well as in the rest of the country. They also hold large amount of data that can actually be used to inform us a much more complete picture about our customers that at this juncture we are unable to find out. Data such as the time spent as well as when they use the applications allows us to identify when a customer is more likely to make their purchase. Data such as the transaction levels then also informs us how we can design our product so that the price point matches their transaction levels, and it makes them easy to actually buy the insurance on the platform without feeling like they're buying something different from the core product or the services. And with all this, the next step is on how we can actually use the data more effectively and what methods can be applied. So what we will be sharing here is a data-driven underwriting approach, and I'll use the example of a financial institution whereby we can leverage on financial information to underwrite customers for protection products. So for example, in the financial setting, we have a lot of information such as a consumer's financial health, credit card use, their savings amount, as well as even their credit spends. And all this can allow us to build a customer profile that also varies from individuals to individuals. And we can leverage on underwriting expertise to identify all the good risk factors from all this information and further segment all those groups into smaller risk classification profiles. Using some actuarial insights, we can also then build a risk scoring model and apply the various weightages that make sense for all these people. And in a sense, we can also come up with an underwriting decision as well as the right product offering for all this consumers' profile. Eventually, what we have is a personalized as well as targeted approach that actually gives our customers the product that they actually need, and whatever they have may be different from the rest, because those that are lower risk as well as healthier may be pre-selected for very differentiated product offerings that some others may not have. And all this can also be done not only with granular data, we can also do this with high-level data classification to work out a risk profile that works for the company. The second facet that we'd like to share here today is on the use of incentivizing healthy habits, and we'll have Aditi who will share with us more on this, as well as touch on the third facet, which is to use behavioral science to improve the customer journey. Aditi, please.
Don't think I'm audible? Better, okay. So as Elisa just mentioned, I'm going to be talking about incentivizing healthy habits. And I'd like to draw on something that she shared. She mentioned about how lifestyle apps have a lot of penetration, and within them, health tracking apps have a lot of penetration. At Swiss Re, we like to do a lot of surveys. You may see a lot of our surveys getting published from time to time. And one of the surveys that we're very proud of is the COVID-19 Consumer Sentiment Survey. We've been running it for 3 years. And last year, when we did this survey, we saw that a lot of Vietnamese people are actually taking up health tracking. Some 60% people said that they're doing it in order to improve their health outcomes, and some are saying that they're doing it to get health advice. And the good news here is that a lot of these people are actually using these apps and seeing behavior change as well within themselves and forming healthy habits. So what you have here are a lot of Vietnamese users that are healthy, they're aware of their health circumstances, and they're willing to share their data with you in exchange for some better underwriting and premium discounts. A lot of you might already be doing this, but some are a bit behind in the game, and we can definitely pick up pace in this. At Swiss Re, we have dynamic underwriting models where we use these different types of health data to model what the customer's health outcome will actually look like. And I'm going to talk to you about why we should do this, right? Let's say, one, we know most of the business that we do is actually within non-medical limits. So you're not actually getting true health information about your customers. Increasing this sort of disclosure will give you access to health data that you don't really have at this stage. Two, when you have customer base that are monitoring their health, you're actually going to reduce claim costs. And three, when you have customer engagement, they associate with your brand in a better way, and you'll actually be able to reduce persistency as well, improve persistency and reduce lapse as well. These dynamic underwriting models use not just the traditional factors, but also lifestyle factors such as health age. I may be 35 today, but based on my physical activity, it may tell me I'm either 37 or 33, and it would price me more accurately. Now, these are very, very powerful techniques, but one challenge that insurance companies need to overcome is to use the right platforms where such data can be collated and used in a more structured way. I'll move on next to the third engagement pillar, which is behavior science. And just from a show of hands, I want to know how many of you have heard of this word, behavior science or behavior economics, before? Very few. Good. So I'm going to spend some time to explain it. Behavior science is the study of different factors, our emotional factors, our financial factors, social environment, to understand how we make decisions. Human beings are not rational creatures. We don't always make decisions in a 1 + 1 = 2 format. And there's a lot of factors that come into play here. Let me give you an example. You go into a grocery store and you want to buy a carton of milk. One carton of milk says 25% fat only. The second carton of milk says 75% fat-free. Which one will you pick? 75% fat-free or 25% fat? Or do you recognize that they actually mean the same thing? The messaging here has been adjusted to correlate with the mental biases that we all have and the shortcuts that we use. As a health-conscious consumer, I don't mind paying 10 extra cents for the 75% fat-free label, even though they mean exactly the same thing. And this can be applied to our industry as well, not just in the sales process, which is where we would intuitively think it's going to be used, but in underwriting, claims, as well as retention management. And because these messaging techniques are so powerful, at Swiss Re, we want to be very careful when we're using them and make sure that we have the customer's best intentions in mind. Because our customers, they are very smart, and they will be able to see through when we're pushing our agenda down their throat rather than their best interests. Behavior economics on its own is very powerful, and I'll take you through 2 possible case studies that we have, but I also want to take you through how data analytics can be used to make even more impactful journeys for customers. Data analytics can be used to identify who are the customers that you need to be talking to, why do you need to be talking to them, and then behavior economics can come in to tell you how you should be speaking with them. In an online sales quote journey, Elisa just mentioned the power of data-driven underwriting, where we can use a lot of data from platforms, banks, about customers, and tailor propositions for the individual customer. So when the customer is looking at the product, it's been segmentized and profiled to their needs. But that's just half of the problem. They're not actually going to click buy immediately. That's the challenge here. And we did this case study in one of the online sales quote in Singapore and Hong Kong. The challenge for that particular journey was it was a term life quote, and customers were dropping off and they were not able to choose the right level of coverage for themselves. Unlike most e-commerce products, which you will find on Tiki, Amazon, Shopee, Lazada, insurance is a very complicated decision. You're choosing the right product, the right riders, the brand, the price point, the sum assured levels. And what behavior research really tells us is, instead of making a bad decision, I'd rather not make a decision at all. And so when we designed the entire sales quote, especially the quotation page, we saw that we were able to better guide the customers into making the right decisions around their mortality code. And not only did we see a 10% uplift in that mortality code, customers actually went in and attached a CI rider to their product as well. Another possible application of this is retention management. I'm hearing from a lot of our clients that there's persistency challenges in Vietnam. Customers are making good decisions at the start. They want to buy the product. They want to improve their protection. But when the time comes to renew, they're dropping off. You can't find them. And we have at Swiss Re a very powerful data analytics platform called Impact Plus. It has a lot of different modules in it, and one of the modules uses AI modeling, takes your data, feeds it into the system, and for each customer tells you what is the probability of that customer lapsing at a given point of time. And it's a machine learning model, so as more data goes into it, it will predict with more accuracy. So once you've identified the who and the why, you then go into the how. We did this case study in Vietnam where a client was in a similar situation. People were just not paying their premiums and they were allowing their policies to lapse. And they were already sending out SMS reminders and redesigning the way that the payment platform was working, but it wasn't generating the types of results that we needed. So we went in, we applied some behavior economics techniques to the quote reminder process, the reminder payment process. We designed 9 new SMS scripts, and we worked out the right timing that the customer should be receiving this. And the impact of this for that one particular month that we applied it was a 13% increase in policies renewed and 11% increase in premium collected. And note here, this wasn't 100% because we were able to save customers that wanted to be saved, and that desire really has to be from the customers as well. So we've spoken quite a bit, and there's quite a few solutions, but let me summarize what are the different points at which you are speaking to your customers, and where can data analytics, behavior economics, product design, everything that I as a client manager offer to our clients can come in and help improve those customer journeys. We start off with discovery. We're a customer, we find out about a product, we want to understand more about it. It could be because a sales advisor has come, a financial advisor has come and spoken to me about it, or it could be because I'm elevating in my life and I need more protection. We talked about using data-driven underwriting where you can use data to tailor the proposition for that customer. I'm not interested in a product that can't serve my needs, and I'm not interested in a product that doesn't evolve with my needs. And most important, I need it to be at the right price point. I will then, as a normal consumer, take this product, go out into the market and see if I can find something similar, and then make a decision. I feel like I've done my due diligence then. And as consumers, we think that the thing that we're looking for is the cheapest possible product in the market, but that's really not the case. What we're looking for is confidence. We're looking for that confidence that we've made the right decision for our life. And that's where behavior economics comes in with the right messaging techniques. You then start the onboarding journey for the customer. And like with everything else, we want one-click buy, we want instant gratification, we don't want to sit there and wait ages for a decision to be made. A powerful underwriting, an automated underwriting engine can do just that. And we have Magnum, which is based on Swiss Re's proprietary underwriting manual called Life Guide that can do just that. The extra sweetener that we can add on top is using platform data to be able to correct the pricing that the customers are being given using their lifestyle factors, and we call that Personal Resilience Suite. But that's not all. You continue to interact with your customers at different stages. Claims and renewals are one of those 2 key stages where we interact with our customers. We talked about Impact Plus, and one of the modules of Impact Plus being lapse modeling, so I will not spend too much time on it. But claims is another stage where customers can feel a lot of tension. I recently went through an example where I was waiting for a huge medical claim to be paid, and every single day I had anxiety about whether or not the insurance company was going to approve that claim. So we're all looking for that automation and that fast decision at that stage. We have MedRe. which can use your data and give you A over E analysis based on so many different factors on an instantaneous basis. And there's also elements of predictive analysis that can be brought into your claims. Not every claim needs to go to the claim assessor, but some claims do. And just when they're starting to happen, if you have a system that can prompt you and tell you this is the claim that requires attention, it's going to streamline your whole process in an incredible way. And finally, wellness partnerships. We talk quite a bit about vitality. We heard about vitality, but then there's so many different partnerships that one can develop. It can be a mental health partnership. It can be a physical partnership, nutrition, so many different to continue to engage the customer along the journey. And what's going to happen is once customers are happy, they're going to continue to come back to you and buy more insurance because nobody buys 5 times monthly salary life insurance in the first go. They take their time and gradually build up their protection. So that was our presentation. There's a lot of things that we talked about, and there's a wonderful brochure that we gave out which talks about our solutions as well. If you're interested, our behavior economist is actually traveling with us, and you can come and pick his brain and ask him questions. But anything other than behavior economics, we can answer your questions as well. Thank you so much. So are we doing questions?
Thank you so much, Ms. Alicia and Mr. Aditi, for your sharing. Please remain on stage. I believe that the audience here must have a few questions to ask you about this topic. So everyone, I would like you to feel free to raise your hand up, and we will deliver the microphone to you.
We have one guest who wants to ask the questions, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yvette from AIA. Hi, Aditi. Hi, Alicia. I think I have 2 questions. The first one is that you mentioned about the customer sentiment survey you have done for 3 years, right? So I just want to know customer behavior, how they has changed through the course of the pandemic over these 3 years. And then the second question is about, you mentioned about the dynamic underwriting using the data in different apps and different customer lifestyle. So I just want to know, like, what the expectation when we kind of like implement this, open up to more people? Are we expecting the insurance cost to go up?
Do you want to take the first one on the consumer surveys?
Yeah,
Thank you.
Sorry, thanks for your question. I will address the first question here, which is on the consumer sentiments and behavior in the last couple of years. So like I mentioned on the slide, we saw that a lot of the people, about 61% of them are smokers, but yet there are also those that think that they're healthy. We saw this actually change in the most recent survey that we did this year. We actually did 2 surveys. One is on digital preferences. The other one is also the impact of COVID-19. And I think what you have rightly pointed out is that COVID-19 definitely impacted the way people lived. What we saw is that around 61% of people are actually going for health checkup. And this is Vietnamese consumers. 61 are actually going health checkup after the pandemic. And a lot of them have also started to use health tracking app, and they actually saw significant improvement in their health. And a lot of them, because of that improvement, they felt very heartened to actually continue on that. So we do feel that, of course, the impact doesn't just change overnight. They are still low penetration in terms of their insurance uptake, but at least in terms of their lifestyle choices, they are starting to make the right decisions. And I think over time, we will see all this, and if this continues, we will see this actually being brought forth in terms of their health expenditure in the future. But again, I think we need to also balance this with reasonable screening as well as reasonable claims. So like I think even in the first topic, the sharing by January, we also talk about screening and then having over-screening as well as the right level of screening. That is also something we need to balance as well in the future. Yeah.
Great. I'll take on the second question, which was around dynamic underwriting. And if you think dynamic underwriting is going to increase the cost, I think it's a double-edged sword, to be very honest. When you're in a country where most of the business is below NMLs and you don't have the right level of disclosures, there is a possibility that your claim costs are going to increase, but maybe they're not going to increase in the first few years. Maybe it will take 5 to 10 years for them to increase. And by being able to introduce dynamic underwriting, you may see some of those costs increase immediately, but I'd call that more of a correction than anything else. But that being said, right, being a Vitality customer myself, I will say that I value the proposition quite a bit, and I think that what it helps me in doing is remaining healthy. So I'd say that it's a double-edged sword. It's very possible that costs can increase, but if you have a lot of healthy customers, it really shouldn't increase as well.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your response. Vic, do you have anything to add on with their answers? Happy? Okay.
He'll probably set up a call with me later to discuss more.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for your sharing and coming here with us. Please remain on stage. I would like to invite Ms. Trần Thị Ái Linh, Chief Human Resources Officer, and Ms. Lê Hương Ly, Chief External Relations Officers, to come to the stage and give souvenirs and flowers to our guest speaker from Squisbury.
Please welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, we did receive questions from one of our guests about the last sessions for Mr. Samuel. So I wonder where the guest is.
Yeah, please welcome back on stage, Mr. Samuel.
We did receive questions for the last sessions to Mr. Samuel.
Hello.
So yeah.
All right.
There he is.
And where's the question? Yeah, please.
Hello, my name is Thiện from AIA Việt Nam. So I just heard the last session about the mental health issue. So I just would like to have your opinion of how generally you think what was the best way to tackle the mental health issue, and whether in Hong Kong and Singapore do you guys have any specific product tailored to meet the demand of customer in terms of mental health issue?
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. I think in order to have mental health in your CI product, it's also at the same time like how CI started. It's a bit of trial and error and things like that. Because right now, what is really in the market right now, it requires people to hospitalize and things like that. The definition of it is still very strict. So if we want to be more embracing towards people who have mental health and things like that, it will be a try and error, and looking at your claims experience, and you have to tweak it along the way, and also maybe you can make your definition more liberal depending on what comes in, and I think that's how you are going to manage it. For mental health product, there's quite a few in the market already. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. The question from Manulife. Is there any other questions from other insurance companies? We have one from AIA, right? Yeah, please.
Hello, hi. Thank you for the presentation. I'm from, my name is Lin, and I'm the head of product in AIA. I have two questions for you regarding the critical illness. Number one is that we have seen a lot of, not only in Vietnam, but also all over Asia, is that the number of CI that offering the product is getting more and more. It's very common to see like more than 100 type of CI covered. But as you mentioned, in reality, that 80% or 90% of people are only actually really having the 3 major CI. And then I'm thinking that this more than 100 type of CI is actually not making it easy to understand for the customer, hence the topic of our conference today. So where have you actually seen the directions of the industry, not only in Asia, but in other countries, or from the regulatory efforts perspective, and also from the insurance companies' effort perspective, to actually make the insurance product, especially for CI product, to be more easy to understand for the customer, as opposed to overwhelm the customer with more than 100 type of CI, and also making the agents very difficult to explain the product as well.
Right.
Thank you.
I think from managing the product perspective, right, and how regulator can come in to do all this. At the same time, we do see markets like Singapore that have standardized definition that they try to prescribe, say 37 CI definitions and things like that. But for the regulator to really step in and say that, okay, you cannot offer so many, it's a balance between, I mean, if you had that fixed down, it kind of stopped innovation. And that's something that most regulator in our Asian market would be concerned about. We have seen China coming up with their own definition because they have seen very bad experience. And for Hong Kong market, there isn't a predefined one. And in terms of CI product that has more and more conditions, I think what we have also seen is that the shelf life of those products becomes very little, because once you enter into these number games, right, it's successful for the initial year, but then 2 years down the road, or maybe even shorter these days, another company will come out with something more than what you have. And then you have to revamp your product, create a new product again. So that is a cycle that you have to keep going through. And if we look back 20 years ago, I don't think there is such a culture in it. When a product goes onto the market, it can stay there for a longer period of time as compared to what it is right now. So to sway away from that, I think what January has also tried to do is also look at insuring in terms of the organ failure and things like system and organs type of products. So that's one way to simplify it. But ultimately, I think what really will streamline the whole thing, it requires the whole industry type of effort. Yeah.
Thank you for the questions, and thank you so much, Mr. Samuel, for spending time here today.
My pleasure.
Thank you. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's already 10:45 a.m. and I think it's time for us to having a break. Food and soft drinks are served in the lobby outside the hall, and the conference will resume in 10 minutes at 10:55 a.m. It will be a great pleasure to have you return to this room on time. Please enjoy your tea break.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hello, everyone. I hope we have a great start to the conference this morning. And after the break, I think after the two great presentations from our reinsurers, we're going to have a panelist discussion with a very exciting and interesting topic, which is health insurance for everyone. And if you, the health insurance in Vietnam, I think is growing very, very quickly. The premium, health insurance premium is on double, it's double from 2020 to 2021. And I think this year is on track to grow is on a similar space. And then yet the penetration rate of the insurance and health insurance in particular is still very low. I think if you look at the industry data, it's only, if we look at only the standalone premium, health insurance premium, it's only 2% of the total premium. So still there was there's a large gap to fill. And I think earlier the Swiss Re also showed a study they done on across Asia's countries where we see the health insurance protection gap in Vietnam is 36 billion. And if you calculate it by the percentage of gross household income, it's about 20%, and actually the biggest across all the countries that they study. So we can see that despite the growth in recent years and despite the interest, there's still a large protection gaps and still a big gap to go before we can achieve the health insurance for everyone. So today I would like to have a panelist discussion between all the different players, different stakeholders in the health insurance market. So first I would like to welcome anh Lê Thành Nam, the Chief Financial Officer for AIA Việt Nam. Thank you, anh Nam. Next, I want to welcome Vanessa Lu. She's a partner at EY Consulting. Welcome, Vanessa. Next, I would like to welcome Daisy Ning. She's the head of Life and Health Asia, Swiss Re. And finally, I would like to welcome Sang Cao, the CRO of Hanwha Vietnam, and also SOA Greater Asia committee member. Welcome, Sang. Right, so please all the panelists take a seat. We only have 4 micros, so whoever sits here have to share the mic with me. Okay. So as you can see, right, we have a wide representatives of different. We have a direct insurers, we have reinsurers, we have consultings, and we also have a professional organization in SOA. So to start, let me ask anh Nam a questions. In the role of a direct insurers who actually directly writing and distributing these health insurance products, maybe you can start off by giving us some insights into the market in Vietnam and what are the opportunities.
Thank you, Duy. Probably we already talked about the potential and the protection gap a lot, like in other section. Probably I just zoom a bit in terms of Vietnam context. The healthcare expenditure in Vietnam keep on increasing about 10% every year, and now it's around 20 billion. Probably the 36 billion protection gap is using the standard of percent of income of the other country, but the actual spending now is around 20 billion, so it keep on 10% increase every year. And the source of funding for this hospital, for this healthcare is mainly come from the public funding and the social system, the social insurance system, and probably around 700 billion is the PMI, the private care insurance, which is mostly played by the corporate, large corporate solution rather than individual. So that's how the size of the market. And looking into that, the pie of 20 billion spending, the out-of-pocket expense of our customer, they have to pay, you know, regardless the funding. 43% is out-of-pocket expense. So a lot, 8-10 billion US dollar customer have to pay. So the big potential, as a life company here, I see a lot of life company try to have this medical as a rider, and like NGЯNH just said, even the rider keep on increasing in terms of the sale, like 40% healthcare rider in this year, but still very small compared with the potential. So that's, yes, a lot of potential, and large non-life players still play a role there, but still very small pie. So how life company we can penetrate more into this it's a very huge healthcare and PMI space. Yeah, so big potential again.
Yeah, thanks, Angnam. So Vanessa, you've been working with a lot of insurers across ASEAN countries, and can you share with us here in Vietnam a few market insights and things that you have been observed when you're working at other markets? What are the similarity and dissimilarity with Vietnam at the moment?
Thanks. I think, first of all, I definitely echo with both the gentlemen that there is a lot of growth and growth opportunity for health insurance, and this is what we have actually been seeing in almost every country, right? Where health product has been a focus. And it is the case because this is something which customers are actually having a very, this is something that they need, right? It's not like, you know, savings products, which, yes, you know, there are other options from a savings angle, but health protection, I think there's an increasing awareness where consumers do think that this is definitely an insurance product that you need. Together with, of course, rising medical cost. So there's definitely a lot of focus on the health business. And I think definitely, you know, how, if we look at how health insurance has evolved or has been growing in different markets, it is definitely very important to think together with the regulations in that particular market, as well as the social health welfare system that is actually in place, right? You can't actually really decouple them. If I look at Singapore, I think there was a lot of discussions about Singapore earlier this morning as well. Of course, you know, health is so important in Singapore, the Shield product, right? But that is, of course, because we are linking the Shield products, for example, together with the system or the products that the government actually offers. There is, of course, the players on the non-life side, which focuses more on a short-term kind of medical products. In Thailand, we are also seeing where the regulations is giving different requirements for non-life and life players on the health space, something that potentially, you know, in Vietnam, you can look into or see, you know, what are the things that you can learn from. But of course, having said that, in Thailand, because of COVID, there were some issues as well, which we're seeing, right? I think what is also interesting, which I'm seeing in the market, is in markets like Philippines, for example, where they are looking at a more holistic health system, where you have the insurance provider together with the health providers, right? So for example, in the so-called HMO system, where you can only go to the doctors, which is provided by or covered under a particular insurance system, so that it sort of avoids abuse, as well as looking at health or in general from a prevention angle. So these are some of the things which we're seeing. There's, of course, you know, digitalization, there's, you know, a lot of other things, which I can probably talk a bit later. But for now, yeah, I'll just stop here.
Okay, thanks Vanessa for the sharings. Yeah, I think, yeah, to echo your sharing, the health market in Vietnam, we growing fast, and we'll somewhat still behind other markets and behind on our own potentials. So I think maybe I come back to Vietnam a little bit. As insurers, what are the current challenges and current issues that you think we're facing in the moment at AIA or as the whole insurance industries that actually preventing us to realize these opportunities and potentials?
Yeah. So back to your comment and your observation on the regulation side, and thanks Phương here with the new regulation. For Vietnam, we don't discriminate in non-life or life, but we're talking about the long term and short term. So there are definitely different requirements in terms of product, regardless who's gonna sell. But in terms of short term liability or long term for the healthcare, so that's gonna be a new way for us to go forward if it's fall into this long term healthcare. Back to Vietnam, I can only say what I observed because we never been into this healthcare, but probably. Before we talk about healthcare for everyone, very basic, I think there's still a lot of obstacle for Vietnam, especially the life insurance. Let's put aside all this kind of external factor like the healthcare system and the Ministry of Health. Focus internally. I think the first thing first is the ability of the life insurance to come and operate medical business is very, very different skill set, which I think is a big challenge now for all probably life insurer people sitting here. I know it's operational operational on the medical side, especially the claim payment administration, network management is very challenging. That's probably the first one. The second one is the capability of the people to run all this kind of process. Again, in Vietnam, even not talking about the health, actually, we're talking about whole, from underwriting to service to claim. We don't have this so far. We are very strong in terms of life, but the ability to run this healthcare is totally different. So that is second probably obstacle. The last one is probably how we organize ourselves in the live company so that we can operate, connecting this all, because the way the medical book run is very different. You connect all this kind of underwriting to the claim, to the design of products. So it's going to be very different with the way live is setting up. So probably for me as the live company, that's three challenging internally. I can share first. So I don't know what's the view of the other speaker, but that's my view from life insurance company.
Right. Thanks, Anh. Yeah, so I think there are a lot of. So we are in an actuarial conference, right? But you can see the role of actuaries is expanding as we're talking a lot more about the operations. It's not only the pure actuarial work that we used to focus on, right? So also we have a representation of other part functions in the insurance companies in the conference today. So yeah, we'll talk more about the operations. We'll start thinking about how this actually run and organize a insurance companies for better serve the health market. So Daisy, you probably observe similar operational challenge and difficulty of the other insurers across Asia in your work. So maybe you can share with us a few cases and an example that you've seen, and maybe what are the things and service that Swiss Re can support to the insurers. Yeah.
Yeah. So we certainly see that in many markets across Asia or even the world is quite typical. In the beginning, it's always about business acquisition, right? So how to raise awareness, how to design products that attract consumers, how to make it cheap enough that is affordable, and it's all about acquisition. So then over the years, then as the business build up and as companies accumulate a sizable in-force portfolio, then it is a lot about managing the in-force properly. So it's about going from more transaction-based to ongoing monitoring, to active claims management and intervention as we see all the market matures. And it really requires a holistic view of the whole end-to-end process of the health insurance and how we manage the book. And we are also seeing more and more companies using data analytics to help them identify some trends, some potential frauds, etc. And we call it balancing the iron triangle of healthcare. So it's balancing between three competing priorities, between cost, access, and quality. So the theme of this panel session is health insurance for everyone. So if we want to offer health insurance for everyone, that's improving access. But when we improve access, we really need to balance it with reduction in cost and also improvement in quality. So some of these examples could be shifting site of care from IP to OP for certain conditions, reducing unnecessary care, reform from fee-for-service to value-based payment system for providers. And these are examples of things that we can make the health insurance market more sustainable going forward. And then in terms of what Swiss Re can offer, there are a variety of things. So we also look at the whole value chain from end to end. So what's typical, of course, we can offer product design ideas, innovations that we see that are working and not working in other markets. We can also offer pricing and experience study support. And we also use a lot of data analytics technique to look at some forward-looking projections. And some of the more specific things that we can offer is what we call the medical operations strategy and analytics. So this is a claims deep dive support through the use of advanced analytic tool. And we call it the MedRe analytic platform. And using the analytics, we can detect potential frauds, we can foresee future trends, and also some medical provider billing patterns. And this is coupled with our team of experts who also help you analyze the results so you can set your strategy with your medical providers and also case and disease management programs. Second example is what we call the risk detection system. We call it claim risk scoring model. So when it comes to health insurance and claims management, what would be good is we are ahead of the game, right? We can potentially foresee potential challenges and problems that is to come around claims management. So this is around automating the claims process, assigning risk scores to some of the claims to potentially identify the high risk issues. And it is not only about identifying problems before it comes, it's also about automation. So from our experience, it helps automate more than 60% of the claims and help you reduce more than 35% of the clock operation costs. And we can also provide advisory service around claims management, so claims operation transformation, claims management and steerage, such as network management, TPA management, disease and case management, and complex medical case referrals. And finally, we are always very happy to share our knowledge of what we learn in this market, what we learn in other markets in the region and across the globe. We also perform a lot of consumer surveys, as you have seen some results this morning, and on some key topics, trending topics, and we also offer a lot of training and workshops.
Thanks, Daisy. Yes, I think during the break, a lot of people have been telling me that they find the surveys and the results that you showed this morning is quite insightful about the Vietnam market. And I'm sure some of the insurers here might find the services and support you might offer is helpful. So I want to come back to Anh Nam comment about the people development, people capability. Because I think we're in the actuarial conference here, and most of us can, I guess, classify ourselves as life actuaries. We have been focusing on the life risk, mortality risk, and I think when it comes to health and medicals, as an actuary, we know that the risk profile is very different, and will require new, different skill sets and knowledge. So, Sáng, I know that SOA has been doing quite a few research and studies into the health and medical risk, and maybe you can share with us some of the resources and studies here, so we can get up to speed on our knowledge. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. As we all know that the SOA, our main purpose is to provide the support and training for the actuaries around the world. Relate to health insurance, here I'm going to particularly mention two useful tools that the SOA recently developed. The first one is the 2022 healthcare cost model. It is so that, by the way, here on the screen we'll show the QR code. So if you guys are interested, you can scan and get more detail of that. So the data for the tool is mainly from US, of course. But the neat thing about the model is that actually there are a lot of the input field. You can input different scenarios and different assumptions, and the model will generate the result based on your assumptions. So I actually went in, play with that. It's pretty comprehensive. So they have, they provide help for you to using this tool. So they have a tutorial material that you can go through and follow and then get into the model. And they also even have a video clip that explain how that works, everything. So I find this very, very useful. I think they even have a document describe the Visual Basic Code. I mean, it's a little bit technical, but it's been a while since I get into the coding. But anyway, there's a lot of document explain and help you how to understand how to use the tool. And then they, of course, they incorporate the impact of the COVID pandemic. So this is the tool that certainly will help most of the health pricing actuaries to do the pricing for a product. So I find this is very useful. The other one is the recently updated medical cost trend model. Now, again, this the original data is based on US, of course, but then you can tailor-make this to make it suitable for our own market. Like there are input field that you can put in, like your GDP growth, like the percentage of the healthcare in terms of GDP, and your own country's inflation rate. All this, then you can input, and the model will generate the trend. It's also look at a little bit longer term. It can even provide you the trend for like more than 10 years. So those are the two useful tools that we provide. Again, we provide a QR code for you guys to look into that.
So maybe just very practical for people here. So I'm back in the day when I study is more like live, and is there any track that the guy who here they want to dynamic, actually, so they want to join this health actually? That's kind of syllabus or thing that, because
Right.
for me it's totally different. So if people here see a lot of chance to move into the health actually career.
Right. I'm like you. I'm also. It's difficult for me to keep track of the system. But yeah, I mean, it's good that we keep changing because we have to adapt to the change of the time, right? But as we all know, when we study for the fellowship, then there are different tracks that you can go to qualify as a FSA. One track is the health, the group and health track, so it's more focused on health business, health insurance. And then since here, a lot of the medical insurance is actually dominated by the general insurance here.
But we are going to change that.
Yeah, well, but I'm just going to mention that SOA also provide a GI track for that. I know, for FSA. So yeah, we have tracks specialized in the health business. When I first joined the industry, I worked for Blue Cross. My first job was Blue Cross Blue Shield in US. So it's definitely health focused. So like most of the people in that company will get into that health track.
So every actual profession staff specialist here, you have new career track. So I remember back in my only life, now you have this health and some like longevity in the US, but now in Vietnam you have a health, it's a big potential. And also I heard a lot of data and scientific, so as a young actuary, you have a lot of choice now.
Yeah, agree. And I think there's as a fellow now, I mean, I couldn't keep track of the recent change, but I think that's for the better, right? I mean, the world's changing, and of course our syllabus needs to reflect the new skill sets and new knowledge required. And yeah, I think I just want to echoing Nam's comment that all the actuaries should explore new knowledge, go to health, AOM track, other tracks. That you can actually obtain and gain new knowledge and insight into insurance. I think for my time, it's just a default choice to go to life, right? Which is partly because it's easier because that's what you are doing in the work anyway. So that's a different. So Daisy, in terms, just one more thing in terms of, as you can see, we have new, and I guess since we have all the insurers here, maybe you can bring up some ideas about maybe products and pricing expertise that Swiss Re can bring to the market.
Sure. So maybe. Yeah, happy to share. So maybe I'll cover in terms of products and also some experience that we see emerging in this market on various typical lines of business under the umbrella of health insurance. So the first one that I want to talk about is hospital cash. So it's a hugely popular product in this market. And we also know that some insurers are experiencing quite poor experience on the hospital cash because of some potential abuse that exists under the product. And we know that a lot of you are starting to employ TPA to help you manage the claims and also start to build your own in-house capabilities in terms of the claims control and management. In terms of product designs, we believe that there are certain ideas that can help control the risk of a hospital cash product. So one is potentially we can pay a lower payment, or you can call it a deductible, right, for shorter hospital stays. And another idea is also to redesign the product to associate the claims with a trigger, like for example a critical illness trigger or some sort that makes sure that these are severe hospitalization cases that deserve a large payment, for example. Another product it's being very widely talked about today. There was a session, CI, critical illness. There was a session earlier today. I believe there's a session this afternoon as well. And in terms of this market, in comparison to hospital cash, is still the attractiveness is not as high, but it's certainly a very popular product in many markets in Asia. And what we're seeing in the market in terms of our portfolio has been quite healthy so far, but we are hearing the emergence of thyroid cancer claims in the market. And the thyroid is a known problem, I'd say. And for example, it has emerged in many markets like Korea 15 years ago. The situation was so bad that all companies stopped selling the cancer product in that market because of thyroid cancer incidence rising. And the other, I would say that's a known issue, but probably an unknown issue to the industry, and I believe it was discussed this morning as well, is the emergence of lung cancer in the young female population. We see it as very much as associated with screening behaviors, the introduction of low-dose CT scan, especially in a market like China, is a lot to do with behaviors. So in terms of when we do our costing, pricing and product designs, we are now trying to take a much more forward-looking approach. Because typically actuaries, when we price, we look at the past data, the past experience, and say, okay, that is our rate going forward. Maybe it will increase by 1% per year, and that's it, right? That's how we do our pricing. But we are now trying to understand the wider environment, the development in the medical space, try to build those knowledge into how we foresee, for example, the future trend. We are also trying to understand now more consumer behaviors. As you can see, for a CI product, is very much related to, especially cancer, is a lot to do with screening behaviors. But then you can imagine to predict consumer behaviors is hugely challenging. But this is something that I feel the actual profession is definitely, when we consider health products and the pricing, is a challenge that is set upon us now. And also CI is attached as a rider here in this market to the UL ILP products, and the recent new regulation to cap the COI on these products will make attaching the CI rider a bit more challenging. So we see that maybe is an opportunity as well to force the industry to bring in new product design around critical illness, and it may raise the interest on this product in this market. And then finally, on product, I want to share a product idea from another market, China, that is hugely popular. You may have heard about it. It's a medical product, medical reimbursement product. It's called the $1 million yuan medical plan. It's very popular. It sells really well because it's a very low premium, but very high amount coverage and very high deductible medical plan. So to give you an example, coverage could be up to 10 to 20 billion Vietnamese dong with a deductible of, say, 5 billion Vietnamese dong. But the annual premium could be as low as below 5 million Vietnamese dong. And the reason why it's so cheap is because of the very high deductible. So we actually believe, I talk about it, because we actually believe that this could be a good product for Vietnam. Because when you think about the insurance need, you really want to focus on the gap, right? The out-of-pocket expenses that people need to pay for example, private hospitals or even overseas treatment. The basic care is really already covered in the Social Security and also sometimes the employee medical plan. So you want to fill that gap, and this $1 million yuan medical plan exactly fill that gap. But I also know that deductible is not popular here. So when you ask consumers, do you want a deductible? Most likely they will say, no, I don't want any deductible. But in the consumer survey that was shared this morning, we also asked a question to consumers about deductibles. Our question was, do you want a deductible if you can pay a much smaller amount of premium? So when we asked the question that way, the respondents, I have the stats here, 73% of the surveyed customers shared that they would have an interest in a deductible plan if they really get to pay a much smaller premium. And amongst the 73%, 34% of them said that they would be interested in a high deductible plan. And then what's interesting also about the China $1 million yuan product is that it's also sold through the agency and the digital channel. So the split is around 60-40. And on the digital channel, it attracts a lot of the younger population to buy, and which is really a segment that we want to tap into for health insurance.
Thanks Daisy for the sharings. So when I listen to your products ideas and the also the other panelists' viewpoints, can't help but notice that the knowledge and the capability that the actuaries have currently is we still have that gap, and from looking from my point of view, I think that gap need to be filled before the health insurance protection gap can actually be filled. So just want to ask from Vanessa and Sáng, what would be your viewpoints on this? How do we bridge that actuarial knowledge gap for health and medical in Vietnam?
Yeah. Yeah, okay, thanks. So maybe how I would do this, right? How I would answer these questions, I'll probably talk a bit about how I've seen actuaries contributing in the health space, right? Of course, product design, this is an area where in a lot of markets I have seen actuaries play an active role. So it is not necessarily similar to the day-to-day jobs or our traditional view of how actuaries get involved, but more and more I am seeing actuaries playing a role in the product design part, right? So that's definitely one area. Pricing, profitability, and having that forward thinking as well, right? Because I think Daisy talked about not just looking at past experience. So when you look at the experience, yes, you still have a lot of information, right? You have data. So how do you actually bring that into the product thinking? So we have seen things like claim-based pricing, right, for health products. We have things around, for example, introducing no-claim discount, which is more of a non-life concept. Are these things which you can bring to your life products as well, right? There is limitations, maybe in the regulations around the GI and life space in Vietnam right now. So from a product design angle, are there any things which you can do really to cross that hurdle, right? So these are areas where we're seeing that actuaries are adding value to the company. So it's not just doing things which we are very familiar with from a modeling, number crunching perspective, but helping the business, right, making decisions. I think Nan touched upon data earlier as well. So claim analysis, looking at data, these are again things for actuaries, looking at data, looking at experience, coming up with analysis, recommendations, things which actuaries can add value, right? Moving from maybe actuaries to more of a data space. Some companies I've seen the focus with health has led them to even think about running health as a separate line of business on its own, right? Maybe not so soon in Vietnam yet, right? But what does that mean strategically, right? From that angle, because there are a lot of other things which you have to think from an operational perspective, cost perspective, right? So you have all these digitalization that you probably have to do. How do you actually embed into your cost? How do you make the business case work? So these are all different areas where, I personally am seeing actuaries are adding value, and where we are working with a lot of actuaries. So to your question specifically on how to bridge the gap, right? It's of course not something which will happen immediately. I do think a lot of, as an actuary, it is an ongoing learning that we have to do, right? It's not like once you've passed your exams, you've done your study, then that's it. It is an ongoing education. I think another thing which is very important is to be open-minded and to work with people within the wider organizations that you have, right? So work with the product guys, work with the claims department to develop health. You know, sometimes you will have medical doctors and all those people that you have to work with. So be open-minded, be curious, understand, you know, from their perspective. I think for me personally, these are very, you know, important things to help us as actuaries to, you know, step up and expand to do more in the business.
Yeah. So from Society of Actuaries perspective, we all know that to achieve a fellowship or associateship, it's a long journey, right? It takes probably many years. So in order to fill in a gap and make it more practical for a lot of people want to get into the actuarial career, so we actually break that long journey into different phases, different stages. So you can, rather than you don't get anything once you get ASA, you can get like a different foundations and different certificate before you even get to the ASA stage. So for example, now we have, we offer the micro credentials for the students study for the ASA. The first one will be like pre-actuarial foundation, and then next is actuarial science foundation, and then there's the data science for actuary. And all those we provide the certificate, and then you can show that you have this relevant knowledge to show to the employer. And those are, I think the employer show that can be valuable for the employers, and then this way you can break the long journey into different phases, and you can see each step of the achievement. And then, by the way, once you get to the certain stage, we offer the affiliated membership to the people that can achieve those stages.
Yeah. Okay. So, thanks, Sáng, for a lot for the sharings. So, Anh Nam, do you wanna make some closing remark on the discussion today?
Actually, I want to go back to the objective and how we look at the healthcare insurance in Vietnam. So we talk about a lot of analytical data and behavior, which is also data, and claim management also data. And to be frank, before we can do that, we have to have data. And today, the data, even I can ask any insurer here in terms of TPA, you know, we don't have that. So unlike the other market, maybe you or they stay, you know, where we have all this sales, you have a next step. So we have a lot of things internally. We have to organize ourselves to have this community and data platform. And also thank you for a lot of sharing in terms of the gap closing and how professionally and, you know, the skill that new actually need to have to handle this. But I see this very big potential for Vietnam to have a jump leap into this healthcare. So I hear a lot from the Philippines in terms of healthcare system and wellness system. And one of burden of Vietnam now, everyone is jumping to hospital right away. So how we can steer our customer into the primary care is very, very interesting to us. So the Philippine story about HMO is perfectly like if we can solve that problem, it's a huge potential for Vietnam. And similarly, we're talking about a lot of in terms of this behavior, economy, you know, vitality is one example, how we can do this and change, you know, instead of paying $8 billion out of pocket, you know, you have a healthy health, you don't need to spend that much of money. So a lot of change and a big leap in terms of digital space also, because now we know that now even when within AIA, when we go and discuss about this, you know, a lot of countries like Malaysia, Singapore, they already there, but for Vietnam, we are blank paper. We can do whatever we want with it. So we set it up right, digitally, professionally, operationally wise. We're gonna be there, and we can have this like China product, a million, yuan, you know. So it's very, very potential for our market here. So thank you for a lot of speaker give us input. But I believe it's a big game changer for us and everyone actually in the room. You play a very critical role in this next step of the healthcare insurance in Vietnam. And I'm sure I'm going to beat the non-life side on this healthcare.
Okay, thanks Anh for the sharings, and I would like to extend my thanks to all the panelists to join and share all your knowledge and bring to the discussion today. Maybe we can have a round of applause across the audience for the panelists' discussions. Right, thank you. So I think can we remain on stage? I think the team preparing some flowers and gifts to give. Oh, okay. Sorry. I totally forgot we have a 10 minutes Q&A. So any audience, anyone in the audience have a question for the panelists?
I'm the good hair, right? Okay, thank you very much, Anh Nam, passing my micro. Hi everyone, I'm Tuấn from AIA Việt Nam. I think we're talking about the health insurance for everyone, right? You guys talking about end-to-end, and we talk about the actuarial capabilities, we talk about the process, we talk about the operational aspect. So one thing I want to know is how do you think about the distribution? And should we do anything for the distribution to really bring the health insurance to everyone in Vietnam? Yeah, thank you.
Maybe that's for me as a direct company and a local company. Yes, we need distribution. But again, it's both sides. I think traditionally now we use the very traditional model to distribute the product, even the medical. But the community-wise of the people who sell medical product going to be changed a lot. So you need a lot of upskill for your distribution. And probably the next step in terms of, that is probably in the next 2-3 years, short term, we still rely very much on that community. But in the longer run, I still believe that direct to customer, the digital platform, that should be the way out. Maybe depend on the product, but simple enough. We're talking about simple, easy to understand. If that's simple enough, we should go straight to the customer. And with all this kind of economic behavior, you can help them to make the right decision along the way. So I believe that's a longer game with digital support. But definitely, agency or bank insurance, this health medical is very big for them now to help the company to uplift this sale. But again, selling the medical is totally different with selling the life product. So even we have to train it up a lot.
I'll just add on. Agree that distribution is important, and then you will need different sort of thinking around it. But it also depends on what sort of medical you're selling, right? Whether underwriting is important, whether underwriting needs to be fully done, and also cross-selling potentially, right? So, are you selling just medical, or are you selling, for example, your savings, traditional stuff that you are already, your agents are already familiar with, and you add, medical on top. So still we are at a stage where life insurance is being sold, right? But perhaps with the change of mindset, right? And of course, together with, I guess, your social welfare system, what you have in Vietnam versus the products that you have, could be in a day where, it's bought, because medical should probably play a different game, hopefully, yeah.
So I remember Daisy said in China, even that product is still like both channel, the traditional and the digital, 60-40, right? So I think that's a both to complement each other. So probably back to this medical selling. So selling medical is very hard, talking about a new language and a new skill. So one of the way that we think, maybe as AA, we just share the thing that this engagement in terms of the vitality. You're talking about the different language before we can talking about the medical, it's the cost of insurance, but how they really take care of their health, how they can improve their health. That's kind of easy story. So if your agents can understand that, you know, like us, we try to be talking about this language, live, you know, healthier, longer. So that is very important from small step, engage with small tool, vitality or this kind of healthcare engagement, and before you can talk about the product. But I believe it's very huge potential for us to make a change here.
Any other questions from the audience? Just wait a minute.
Thank you for the sharing. I'm from AIA Việt Nam, and I have one question for Ms. Daisy in terms of the health insurance. You have sharing about the other country apply deductible amount in order to reduce the premium to bring the health insurance to everyone. But my concern is that when you apply the deductible, whether client or customer, they tend to maximize their expense in order to over the deductible amount to get the claim. So what is the solution, and can you share about the practice in the other country to show that's a problem? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think the concern that you have raised is a valid one, that potential abuse can exist that way. But from our experience, deductible are more popular in markets like Hong Kong and Singapore. And actually from our experience, when the product has a deductible, actually it's the reverse. It helps manage the claims control. In the sense that because the consumers still have to pay out of pocket a certain amount under the deductible, that it actually helped to reduce the incidents because they also need to be more diligent when they think about whether using some medical services or not. We also see partnering with medical service providers and offering incentives to the medical providers to encourage them to help also manage the claims control. That's also another effective way to control the claims.
Yeah, so the value-based care is very new things, but it's very good concept from the provider point of view. Even for the customer try to abusing, I think by the end of the day, it's unlike life actually. For health, you need to have data in real time. So the connection with all this kind of clinic, hospital should able to tell you that, yeah, there's a problem there. This kind of customer, so totally different in terms of the dynamic of the pricing, management, the risk and all claim. Unlike the life, you just wait for a few years and then you go back and buy the product. So this requiring a lot of data sharing, a lot of critical disease data. So I call this cái mã bệnh án. Thì tất cả những cái all information is have to connect it real time and you understand that. And once you have the data, you can tell is who are going to abuse you, and you have the way to manage this very easily. So back to very basic data connection.
Thank you. I think we have room for one more question from the audience.
Well, so hello everyone, I'm NGàNH from Prudential. So the topic we'll talk about in this panel discussion is health insurance for everyone. So, and before anh Tuấn this asks about the role of distribution, so I want to add in and ask about what the panel think about the role of the regulator as well. As we insurer must collaborate with the regulator, not just in terms of MOF and ISA, but I think also Ministry of Health, right? Because we have the state health insurance and also the health insurance from private insurer like us. So just want to know your view on our collaboration with the regulator on this. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm talking about a lot of internal factor. Now I'm talking about the external. So your question is very right in terms of this, this healthcare is going to be very much also depend on this factor. So we have regulator in terms of the insurance. Yes, so we mentioned about this short-term and long-term requirement. In terms of the MOH, Ministry of Health, or the regulator in terms of this space, is very important. And I see the way that the MOH is heading and leading the medical or Ministry of Health in Vietnam in very right direction in terms of digitalization. So one example that by 2025, they target to have 95% of Vietnamese population to have this electronic medical record, which is a huge thing for us. We talk about data, right? We talk about digitalization. If 90% of Vietnamese people, they have this centralized data, a medical record, so it's a huge thing for us to do this our job. And I know this kind of telemedicine, all this kind of thing start to happen within the public hospital and the motivation of the MOH. So that is a right direction because over over hospital now in terms of the bedding. So they have to find a solution, and they also go with this digitalization journey, which is perfectly for us to ride on. And as I mentioned earlier, this is another factor for Vietnam to jump lift, because that is it's just exactly what we want, digitalization from the healthcare system.
Yeah, I also want to echo the data piece. So because in terms of the availability of data for us to price and understand the claims and the consumer behaviors and so on, an organization like the Ministry of Health, they would have a lot of data that we can potentially tap into. And why I want to raise this again is that we are actually seeing, for example, in Korea, that the Korean regulator is actually discussing with equivalent of your Ministry of Health on how the Ministry of Health can share data to the insurance industry to help us price, design products, and so on. And so my point is, yes, of course, regulator crucially important, but encouraging the regulator to work with other organizations to help the industry, I think that's also can be very powerful. And then if I can extend that to really offering health insurance to everyone, it actually also requires the government to support as well, if we really want to insure every single person in Vietnam.
Yeah, so, I mean, just to sort of wrap up, right? I mean, we have done a lot of work with insurance companies as well as regulators. Key, of course, is to have active communications, right? Sometimes you may feel like, there's different understanding, there's a bit of conflict, but it's not true. I think at the end of the day, from regulators' perspective and as well as from insurance perspective, we do want to offer the right solutions, right products to the markets, to your customers. So having that active communications is absolutely important. Yeah.
So I'm going to say something from the direct insurer's perspective rather than from the SO perspective. I also, like NGANH, I'm also a direct insurer, provide those coverages. So I think one of the main problems from the health insurance side is the overutilization and fraud abuse. So I think from regulator perspective, I think that there are a lot of things that we can work with the regulator how to prevent. Because the overutilization and abuse, it hurt the industry. It also hurt the consumers because the cost for everybody else will be higher. So there are a lot of regulations related, like how much you can decline, and then and what is the limit that you can decline, and there's a lot of regulation related to the claim management. So I think those are the areas that we can also work with the regulator for that. I see time out. Okay, so I better. Anyway, so that my point is that from the claim management side, we have a lot to work with the regulator.
Right. Thank you. So I guess everyone's eager for lunch now. So.
Yes. Thank you, Anh Duy, and thank you all the special guests for a very interesting panel discussion. And now I'd like to invite Anh Duy and Anh Nam, who will, on behalf of AIA Việt Nam, to give our guest speakers the flowers and the souvenirs as a token of appreciation. And everyone, can you please give a round of applause to our speakers? Thank you.
I would like to invite you come to the front for taking pictures. Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention for our morning sessions. Now it's time for us for enjoying our lunch break at the first floor of Sheraton Hotel. I would like to announce that we will come back at 1:15 p.m. So this is also the time for us to network with each other. So now we can enjoy our lunch break, and please remember the time of going back around 1:15 p.m. Thank you.
Sáng.
Everyone, can you please stand up to enjoy the performance that AIA has prepared for you?
Thank you so much.
And now, I'm very honored to welcome a very special friend of mine, HLBL mascot. Please, help the mascot to go on the stage. Cái chừng té.
A big applause for the mascot, please.
HLBL stands for Healthier, Longer, Better Life. And I would like to invite a very important person, a moderator, who will lead you guys through this exciting performance. Please welcome on stage Võ Lê Vinh from AIA Việt Nam.
And we will leave the stage for them. Please enjoy.
Okay, thank you. And now this is a familiar song we give you is Lemon Tree. I'm sitting here in the boring room, just another minute and I've been waiting for you, but something never happened, and I wonder. I'm driving around in my cars, I'm driving to have I like to change my thoughts with you. I need it so lonely, I'm waiting for you, but something never happened, and I wonder. I wonder how, I wonder why. Yesterday you told me about a blue sky. I know that I can see just yet a lemon tree. Da-da-da-da-da, turning my head up and down. Da-da-da-da-da, turning around. And all that I can see just yet a lemon tree. Say, da. Da 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 da. I'm sitting here, I'm this flower. I like to go out and take in a shower. There I'm having cloud inside my head. I'm feeling so lonely. I'm waiting for you, but nothing ever happens. And I wonder. Isolation is not good for me. Isolation, I don't want to sit on a lemon tree and stay around. There's a choice, baby, and I got a toy and everything hurts. And I wonder, sing with me. I wonder how, I wonder why. Yesterday told me about a blue sky. I know that I can see just a lemon tree. Da 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 da, turning my head up and down. Turn around. I know that I can see just a lemon tree. And I wonder how, yeah, I wonder why. Yesterday told me about a blue sky. I know that I can see just a lemon tree. That all that I can see just a lemon tree. Thank you very much. Welcome to Vietnam Actuarial Conference 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Võ Lê Vinh and I come from AIA Việt Nam. Thank you. And I was just singing a song named Lemon Tree. This is a famous song in 1990s. And it talks about a man who is so boring about his life. And at this moment, after for the long time of epidemic COVID-19, this song appeared and be alert to remind us about what that. For a long time, we haven't care about ourselves, our health, and our responsibility to my family, to our family. And that's the reason we have insurance. Insurance appear and be the best way to have to do everything like this, to have to protect ourselves, our life, our family, and especially our tree. Kính thưa tất cả các anh chị, tôi xin được tự giới thiệu, tôi là Võ Lê Viên và tôi đến từ AIA Việt Nam. Và bài hát vừa rồi là một bài hát rất là quen thuộc đúng không ạ? Bài Lemon Tree. Và ca khúc này nói về một người đàn ông cố gắng bước ra khỏi một cái vùng an toàn nào đó, những cái suy nghĩ rất cũ. Và trong một thời gian dài chúng ta xuất hiện dịch Covid, thì bài hát này lại xuất hiện lại với một lời nhắc rằng đã rất lâu rồi chúng ta không quan tâm tới sức khỏe, không quan tâm tới bản thân, không quan tâm tới trách nhiệm của chúng ta đối với những người xung quanh. Vậy thì bảo hiểm là một công cụ vô cùng hữu hiệu xuất hiện tại đây để giúp chúng ta bảo vệ cuộc sống chúng ta, bảo vệ gia đình chúng ta và bảo vệ chính giấc mơ của chúng ta nữa. Và ngày hôm nay tại conference này thì chúng ta với những cái người có niềm tin và có sự hiểu biết đối với bảo hiểm đã xuất hiện để cùng nhau làm nên điều đó. Hãy dành một tràng pháo tay cho tất cả các bạn có mặt trong đêm nay ạ. Tuyệt vời mọi người. Và Vinh nghĩ là ngoài ca khúc vừa rồi ra, Vinh sẽ đem đến một không khí rất AIA Việt Nam, rất vitality. Đó là một bài hát thanh xuân của chúng ta. Và từ nãy giờ mọi người đã vỗ tay chung với Viên rồi, thì bây giờ mọi người đã lỡ đứng rồi, chúng ta sẽ cùng tham gia một hoạt động để làm nóng cơ thể được không ạ? Và các anh chị có thấy là tất cả các bạn AIA Việt Nam xuất hiện đều có một vóc dáng rất là ngon lành. Và bản thân Viên thì cũng không có gì ngoài ngoại hình. Vậy thì làm cách nào để chúng ta có được những điều đấy? Thì thông qua những bài tập sau giờ ăn. Vậy thì bây giờ cùng với Viên chính là một bạn mascot rất là dễ thương, AIA. Actuarial sẽ mời bạn ra giữa sân khấu chung với Viên ạ. Vâng, rồi nắm tay đi nè. Thấy thương ghê chưa? Vậy thì bây giờ chúng ta sẽ cùng làm chung với nhau một vài động tác rồi đơn giản thôi ạ. Đầu tiên chân rộng hơn vai. Ok. Rồi. Rồi thấy anh trai cởi áo là Viên thấy là chắc là lát nữa là lửa tại đây rồi. Bây giờ chúng ta sẽ cùng đơn giản thôi, động tác này giúp cho tăng chiều cao, tăng sức đề kháng, một người khỏe, hai người vui. Đưa tay từ bên phải sang bên trái giùm Viên, hai tay ạ. Hai tay luôn ạ. Rồi hai tay. Sau đó đưa ngược lại bên trái, đơn giản chưa ạ? Vậy mà có thể tăng được sức đề kháng đó. Tiếp tục 3 và 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tiếp vào 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Rồi động tác tiếp theo đơn giản thôi ạ. Đưa tay lên ạ. 1, 2 xuống, 3, 4 đi, 5, 6, 7, 8 lên. 2, 2, 3, 4 đi, 5, 6, 7, 8. Động tác này rất là hữu ích trong câu chuyện giảm mỡ bụng và tăng thời gian xử lý nhiều việc khác. Rồi, mọi người rất xuất sắc rồi. Vậy thì còn chờ gì nữa mà chúng ta không vào một bài hát rất là trẻ trung, rất là năng lượng và nhiệt huyết, ca khúc thanh xuân của chúng ta. Trong thời gian Viên hát bài này, mọi người hãy làm cái động tác của bạn Actuarial và một cái như gì mà cứ làm điều mộng ơ, cứ làm chưa đi mãi mê dòng trời, đừng bâng khuâng nghi ngờ có hai không sai lầm. Chắc cuộc đời buồn lắm, dẫu nào phải đi khát khao mà đi, sợ gì đời hoang phí. Sống vốn ngắn chỉ một lần, sao để không phải ân hận. Ta chẳng thể trôi qua vội vàng, chỉ tình người còn lại mãi. Hôm nay gì mà hắn vui hơn thêm đi, lắng nghe lòng mình đi. Dẫu ai chưa bài trách ta thở dài, thì ta cũng chẳng ngại đôi danh sương trôi màu. Chẳng biết được gì đâu, hãy yêu một người sống vui một thời như mình làm ạ. Cứ làm niềm thấy vui đi. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 nữa. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Lên nào. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Một tràng pháo tay cho chúng ta ạ. Rồi bây giờ Viên sẽ xuống dưới còn cho mọi người hơn ạ. Mời người bạn của Viên ạ. Cô sai từ cứ làm mù mờ, cứ đi một đời mãi mê dòng trời, bâng khuâng nghi ngờ có hay không sai lầm. chắc buồn đừng buồn lắm, sao nào người đi khát khao người đi, sợ gì đời hoang phí. Cuộc sống vốn ngắn chỉ một lần, sao để không phải ân hận, ta chẳng thể trôi qua vội vàng, chỉ tình người còn lại mãi. Sống vui hơn thêm đi, lắng nghe lòng mình đi, sao ai chờ ai chắc ta thời dài, thì ta cũng chẳng ngại cuối thanh xuân trôi mau. Chẳng yêu được gì đâu, hãy yêu một người sống vui một thời, hãy làm điều mà thấy vui nào. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hai ba đội nào. Cuộc sống vốn ngắn chỉ một lần, sao thế không phải ân hận, ta chẳng thể trôi qua vội vàng, chỉ tình người còn lại mãi. Sống vui hơn thêm đi, lắng nghe lòng mình đi, sao ai chờ mãi trách ta có dài, thì ta cũng chẳng ngại tuổi thanh xuân trôi mau. Chẳng yêu được gì đâu, hãy yêu một người sống vui một thời, cứ làm điều mình thấy vui. Sống vui hơn thêm đi, lắng nghe lòng mình đi, sao ai chờ mãi trách ta có dài, thì ta cũng chẳng ngại tuổi thanh xuân trôi mau. Chẳng yêu được gì đâu, hãy yêu một người sống vui một thời, cứ làm điều mình thấy vui. Cảm ơn mọi người rất là nhiều, mọi người đã tỉnh ngủ chưa ạ? Có muốn là bài nữa không ạ? Vâng, rất cảm ơn mọi người và Vinh gửi gắm cái năng lượng tại đây và xin trả lại sân khấu cho hai MC của chúng ta.
Thank you Vin,
Thank
wonderful
you.
performance. Thank you em. Em đỡ bạn này xuống giùm chị, ta nó không thấy đường.
Full of energy. Yeah. Thank you again, Mr. Living and the mascot. Full of energy for this afternoon. Dancing after having lunch. Nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the performance. And moving to the next topic, we will talk about a very hot topic that receives a lot of attention nowadays. It is work-life balance and mental health.
Bringing healthier, longer, better life for Vietnamese people is always the mission of not only AIA Việt Nam, but also the whole insurance industry. Today, we would like to introduce Ms. Thái Vân Linh, founder and CEO, Skillbridge, Senior Consultant, Open Space Ventures. Please welcome.
Thank you very much for having me here. I'm so happy to be here today. So today we have a little fun time. Okay, so very happy to be here. Thank you for having me. Today we're going to talk a little bit about motivation and how to maintain the motivation and the energy level so that you can continue to reach all of your goals. And so I like to call this talk small steps every day. Because the reality is, Rome wasn't built in a day. Nobody succeeds in one day. It's all the little things that you do every single day that adds up to your big successful life. So I'm going to start with a little introduction of myself. So I was born in Vietnam. At 2, my mom took me to the US. So it's a picture of me when I was about 2.5, 3 years old in Malaysia. We were a boat person, landed in Malaysia at the refugee camps waiting to get accepted into the US. So from there, I was accepted into the US and grew up in LA, Los Angeles, California. So for the most part, I consider myself an LA girl. Although for most of my adult life, I've actually been in Vietnam longer than in LA. So maybe I'm half LA, half Saigonese. And then, so I went to school in LA and went to high school in Victorville. For anybody that knows California, it's a small town on the way to Vegas. And I graduated from college from USC in 1999. This is my first boss. And 1999 was the heart of the first internet bubble. So I joined an internet company. I was employee number 17.
We grew the company to 150 employees in 3 countries, but then the bubble burst, and then we went back down to 1 country, 1 office, 50 employees. And we eventually sold the company, and from there, I'd spent 5 years doing marketing, and I thought, what do I do from here? And I thought, well, let's try something different. Let's do finance. And if you want to do finance, then you go to Wharton for your MBA, because Wharton is the top finance MBA school in the US. So I went to Wharton, and then from there, I decided to do the standard investment banking route. Went to New York, did investment banking for a couple years, and from there I thought, well, let's try something new. Let's explore something. So I thought, let's go to Vietnam. Let's learn about my history, my culture. That I grew up in the U.S. I didn't really know too much about Vietnam. So came back in 2008. And since then, the past 14 years have been an exciting ride, a really thrilling ride. And I want to talk to you today about why I'm still here. Because it was supposed to be 2 years, let's try something different, and then back to my standard life in the US. But I'm still here after 14 years because I think Vietnam is a great place to be, and we'll talk a little bit more about that. So when I think back about all the things that I've done in my life, there's a quote from Steve Jobs that I think really applies. Right? You cannot connect the dots looking forward. You can only connect the dots looking backward. So when I think about my career and all the things that I've done, from marketing to finance, moving to Vietnam, I did venture capital. Then I left the VC fund and I started my own business. From there, I handed the business over and I went back to operations. So my path was not really straight. So when I look at all the dots, what did I learn? I learned that there are 3 key elements to success. And that is to be at the right time, in the right place, with the right product. So what's that mean? Let's look at the right time. So I came to Vietnam in 2008. That's because in 2007, Vietnam joined the World Trade Organization. And then from there, in 2007, Vietnam's stock market was one of the fastest growing stock markets in the world. And then when I came back, I joined DFJ Vienna Capital, which was one of the first venture capital funds in Vietnam. So to me, that was the right time. It was the time to make the move and give this a try. Right place. Well, when you think about growth and opportunity, you want to find the place with the most growth. Growth equals opportunity. So when you look at what areas of the world have the most opportunity, I think a lot of people in Vietnam have it wrong. A lot of people in Vietnam want to go to the US or to Europe or to Australia. That's totally the wrong way to look at it, because that was where the center of growth was, not now. Center of growth in the future, for the next 30 years, will be here in Asia. Asia is a big area, though. Right? So let's think about Asia. We have China and India, which are really big in general. So they're always going to be big. Let's kind of move them out as outliers. Then you have Cambodia, Laos, and Myanmar, which are on the opposite end. They're really small. So even if they have tremendous growth, it's still growth off of a small base. So not really the best opportunity. Then you have Korea, Japan, and Taiwan. These countries are fairly developed, and the growth rates will probably not be that strong. Similar story to Singapore and Malaysia. So then you have Thailand and the Philippines. These countries are growing fairly well, but they've kind of been stuck in the middle income trap for quite a few years now. So I don't foresee growth being too terribly strong in these countries. So what do you have left? Vietnam and Indonesia. When you compare the two, it's a little bit hard to compare, because Indonesia has almost 3 times the population size of Vietnam. It has tremendous growth, yes. So I would say Indonesia and Vietnam are the 2 countries where you will see tremendous growth in the next 30 years. So where does that leave us, right? If you look at now, 2022, as the world is coming out of our COVID years, and into I don't want to call it a global recession, but a downturn, you see that throughout Asia, Vietnam is one of the fastest growing. It's one of the few countries that are still growing, expected to hit GDP growth of 7% in this year. So Vietnam is definitely the place to be right now and in the next 10, 20 years. So really, right time and right place we have, because we're here in Vietnam. But some might say it's luck, right? I chose to come to Vietnam at the right time, but I honestly didn't know what would happen in 2008 and in the pursuing years. And then right place, again, there are a lot of numbers and statistics, but you never can tell the future. So maybe this is luck. Well, let's think about right product then. Right product to me is 0% luck and 100% hard work. I control my product. The product is me. So I can choose how I want to develop my market. So I'll give you an example of me and my hard work. So when I started college, my family didn't have much money and couldn't afford to pay for my tuition. So I ended up having to get scholarships, and I worked a lot. I worked 40 hours a week, so a full-time job, in addition to going to school full-time. And it ended up graduating with honors from undergrad. But within those 4 years, I decided I want to study abroad. I want to learn what's going on in the world. So I wanted to go to Hong Kong, because back in 97, Hong Kong was a hot market. And so, again, same problem. I'm barely surviving, trying to pay for school. How do you study abroad? Now you need extra spending money. So you do as any poor college student would do, and you cut your expenses and you eat less. And one of the main expenses I can control, right? Back to what can you control. So I basically ate ramen noodles for about 6 months, a little over a semester, to save enough money to have enough money to go to Hong Kong. Now fast forward a few years, and I thought, okay, well, what do I do now? I don't want to do marketing anymore. I want to do finance, but going to business school, at this point, it's not about finances. Now it's about, can I get in? Because in order to get into business school in the US, you need to take the GMAT. And I don't know if anybody's ever tried to take the test, but it's actually not a very easy test. It was not for me. So I ended up creating a schedule for myself, right? This is what I want. I want to make myself into a better product. So I woke up at 5 a.m. every morning, got to the office around 5:30, 6 a.m. I studied from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. Then I worked from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. Then I went to the library and studied until 10, 11 p.m. whenever the library closes. And then I went home and studied again some more until midnight. Then I went to sleep and started over again at 5 a.m. the next day. Did this for about 3 months. And basically, had a boyfriend at the time, but didn't see him. If he wanted to see me, he had to study with me or something. Didn't see really my family, definitely no friends. But 3 months was all it took. Got the score. And then, of course, now it's the application process. And so I really want to go, and so I applied to 7 schools. And each school has about 5 essays. Each essay, you have to write about 10 pages. So 5 times 10 is 50, times 7 is 350 pages. That's kind of like writing a book. Right? So I spent the next 3 months writing about 350 pages of essays. So again, same schedule, 5 a.m. to midnight every day. So I finally made it into Wharton. And I tell you these examples because to me, I control my destiny. I control what I want, where my life goes, and how to get there. And so that's what I wanted to talk to you about today is the right product. That's you, right? What do you want in life? And you can do anything you want. The question is, what are you willing to give up? How much effort are you willing to put in order to get what you want? So the right product is here. 2022, Vietnam. What about now? Right? I was talking about 2007, but what about now? Is now the right time for Vietnam? Well, the right time is definitely here, right? You look at Vietnam's performance in global growth compared to everybody else in the region. And we are demonstrating that we can recover very quickly. The right place. We're all here. There's so much going on. There's so much growth. There is a lot of opportunity in Vietnam. And the right products, that's you. Right? But then a lot of people say, if I want to succeed, and if this is my time now, do I just need to work hard? Right? So what I want to stress is that you guys, it's like winning the lottery. Right? You know lottery, there's numbers. Let's say there are 3 numbers in the lottery. You already have 2. Right? You're in the right time at the right place. So now, what's the last number? It's the product, it's you. So if you have this ticket and you know you only need 1 more number to win, how hard will you try to get it? So then, a lot of people ask, well, is it that easy? Right? If I want whatever I want in life, is it just really that easy to just work hard? That's all I need to do? Well, the answer is no. It's not that easy. I think about half of it is, yes, you work really hard. But the other half of it is your mindset. You need to have the right mindset. No matter what you do, it all starts with your thoughts. Right? Your thoughts create your reality. I'm going to say that one more time. Your thoughts create your reality. So what you think, how positive are you about your life and what you can achieve? Because that's what you will achieve, because that's what's going on in your head. So I want to explore this a little bit. Right? We talk a little bit about the brain, mind-body connection. Right? And so how do you improve the way your brain works? And usually it's when you can connect both sides of your brain. We can think with both sides of your brain. Right? And some people say, well, the left side is very analytical, the right side is very creative, but how do you combine both? So I have a few exercises to help you get your brain thinking, your full brain thinking at the same time. So I'd like to ask everybody to stand up and do some activities with me. Just very quickly, it'll take 2 minutes. Really quickly, just 2 minutes. Come on, let's practice using your brain. Both sides of the brain. Okay, so the goal is to cross both sides of your body, right? So let's start first with right hand, left knee, right hand, left knee, left hand, right knee. We'll just cross over. Okay, so right now you're forcing your body and your brain to cross over sides, right? Okay. All right, so next one, let's get a little bit harder, okay? So now tap your head and rub your belly. Tap your head and rub your belly. Okay, this is easy, right? Everybody's done this. Other side, other side. Okay, now you ready for the next one? You ready? Okay, so what we want to do is pull the good energy in. Pull it in, just in circles. Yeah, pull it in, okay? Now, this is tricky. You gotta listen, okay? So everybody who is right-handed, right? If you're right-handed, forget about your right hand and think about your left hand. Right? If you're left-handed, then think about your right hand. So now focus on, so for me, I'm right-handed, so I'm going to think about my left hand. Now, you can't just take, you have to give back to the world. Now give back. Give back. You take some, you give back some. You take some, you give back some. Right? Now, be careful that you're not, that you're not pulling in with both hands. So one hand in, one hand out. One hand in, one hand out. Right? So focus on your non-dominant hand. And then once you can do it, now switch it. Switch. Okay, thank you very much. You can have a seat. Okay, so that's actually a little exercise that my team and I do. My team and I do every day. So we call it the power of 1 minute. If you only had 1 minute a day to improve yourself, what can you do? And this is one of the exercises you can do. It took the team about 1.5 weeks, so 1 minute per day, so it's about 7 minutes to learn how to do this. You guys only had 30 seconds, so it's okay. But I encourage you to try these little exercises every day. It only takes a few minutes, but it will really improve the way your brain functions, the way you think, how optimistic you are, how happy you are in general. So I'm going to go into a little bit more about how to become the best product, right? How to create a positive mindset. Because your mindset creates your actions, and your actions create results. And that's what you want, is results, right? You want growth in your career, growth in your life. So how do you develop a growth mindset? Well, first of all, let's start with what is a growth mindset. Right? A growth mindset is when you believe that you can learn anything you want, that intelligence and creativity is something that you can learn. If you put your mind to it, you can learn anything. On the other hand, a fixed mindset is someone who thinks that if I'm born a certain way, then that's it. I can't learn anything new. I was clumsy when I was a kid, I'm going to be clumsy when I'm an adult. I'm not creative, or I'm not analytical. So those are the two types of mindsets. So for the longest time, science actually thought that after a certain age, the brain is unable to learn anything new. Luckily, over the past 10 years or so, there have been advances in science to show that the brain can actually improve, continue to learn into old age, into your last days on this earth. And that leads to a concept called neuroplasticity. So neuroplasticity is the brain's ability to adapt and change. It's changes in the neural pathways and synapses due to specific behaviors such as the environment, processes in the nervous system. Okay, so that's science mumbo-jumbo, right? So in normal English, neuroplasticity is two key functions in the brain. The first is your brain will delete connections that you do not use. And the second is the brain can create new connections or strengthen the connections that you use often. The trick, though, is the brain does not know what connections are important and what connections are not important. So you have to tell the brain. And how do you tell the brain? Think about this. How many thoughts do you have in one day? 10, 1,000? 5,000? 10,000? 50,000. Depending on who you ask, it can be anywhere from 50, 80, 90,000. But everyone agrees, the majority of those thoughts are the same. You wake up, the alarm rings, turn off the alarm. What time is it? Oh, it's still dark. Why is the baby crying? Let me brush my teeth. Let me take a shower. Let me brush my hair, eat breakfast, go to work, make my to-do list, check my email, right? Same thoughts. So most of your thoughts will be the same. And that's fine if that's what you do on a normal basis. However, there are those thoughts, that internal dialogue, that can be quite negative. So then that leads to stagnation. Where's my life going? I don't know what I want in life. Why am I not happy? And the reality is, if you knew what you wanted in life, you probably don't know how to get it. Right? Because the same thoughts are happening in your brain every single day. So it creates kind of a chicken and egg. Right? You have negative thoughts, you have stagnant thoughts, you have the same thoughts, which lead to the same actions every day. But the same actions every day lead to the same thoughts every day. So you're kind of stuck in this negativity cycle. So how do you break it? Right? Remember that the brain can actually grow new connections and strengthen old ones. Right? So you can break the cycle by either activating your body or your brain. So today we'll talk about both. There's a connection between your mind and your body. So this is a very interesting video. It's a study from Harvard Medical School about stroke patients. And you know, when someone has a stroke, a part of their body is paralyzed. For extreme conditions, you lose function of an entire side of your body. So in this video, you'll see that this patient is walking on a two-sided treadmill. No internet. Uh-oh. Is the computer connected to the internet? This video is kind of cool. I hope you can see it. Can you check? See if the computer is connected to the internet? So what you'll see when they get it connecting is there's a two-sided treadmill. You know, a treadmill is usually just one path. So they broke the treadmill into two paths, one for each foot. And so the side that's paralyzed is being forced to walk with the side that can walk. And so it shows the patient, she's in a harness to kind of hold her up. But after a while, the other foot learns to walk again. You can Google this later if you want to watch. It's Harvard Medical School patients, stroke patients. But essentially, what happens is, for the longest time, science thought that if you had a stroke, then that's it. You basically have to live your life in a wheelchair. But what we're realizing now is that the brain can actually create new connections. So the other foot that learned how to walk was from a different part of the brain. The part of the brain that had the stroke is still damaged, but the brain learned how to walk again with a different part of the brain. So to me, that's really amazing, because it shows that we can do anything we want. You just have to focus on it. So if you think about stroke patients and they can learn how to walk again, then those of us that are not stroke patients, then we can really do anything we want. Like literally, that is not just a simple saying that people throw at you. It's scientifically proven. You can do anything you want. You just have to set your mind to it. But how do you do that, right? How do you create a cycle of positivity? So I've come up with a simple acronym for those of you that have been to Singapore, the MRT Action Network, right? So basically the MRT takes you from one place to another very quickly. So you can also take yourself from one place to another very quickly. So we'll start with the mindset, right? Well, we're going to talk about these little things you can do just 5 minutes a day, similar to our little exercises before, to help you make your mind more positive. So the first thing is I prepare 3 positive thoughts every night. And so what this means is I'll sit right before I go to bed, look at my calendar, say, what do I have to do tomorrow? So usually I try to work out, so I say, I'm healthy. And then I usually try to spend time with the kids, so I say, my children love me. And then I look and see if I have anything unique and fun, like an event like today. So I say, I love to share. So I have those 3 thoughts, right? I'm healthy, my children love me, I love to share. I prepared that ahead of time. And then in the morning, when you wake up, what happens when you wake up in the morning? It's kind of like this, where basically the alarm goes off, and I think, oh, where am I? And then you think, oh, I have to get up, I have to do so many things. Or, oh, I forgot to respond to this email. Or, oh, I have to meet with my boss. And, oh, I didn't finish the report. Or you start thinking about all the things you have to do, right? And then in this way, a lot of people pull their problems from yesterday into today. Right? And that's how some people have issues from months ago, years ago, that they still feel really badly about. So in the morning, instead of letting your past dictate your future, you talk about you put in your 3 positive thoughts. The minute I wake up, I'm healthy, my children love me, I love to share. I'm healthy, my children love me, I love to share. You just repeat that over and over until you wake up. And that way, you build a solid foundation for your day. Right, so this is something I actually do. I've been doing it for about 3-4 years now, and it really does help. It sounds a little kooky, but give it a try. I promise, after 2-3 weeks, it will help you feel better. Suddenly, you just feel happier and more alive. So then the next thing I normally do is a routine. You create new habits by connecting them with habits that you currently have. And when you want to create new habits, you have to think big, but you have to start really small. All right, so if I give you an example, a lot of us want to be healthier. So then you say, oh, I'm going to be healthy, that means I'm going to run a marathon. I'm going to go sign up for the next marathon that happens in 3 months, and that's my goal. That's a big goal. The problem with that, though, is it's too big. You don't know where to start. Right? If you can't even run for 10 minutes, then it's not going to work. So if that's your goal is a marathon, then you start with walk on the treadmill for 10 minutes a day. Just walk, right? And then you do that for a week, and then maybe 15 minutes walking. And then now maybe running for 10 minutes, and then running for 15, right? You just set small goals, right? Small steps every day to eventually get to the marathon. So maybe the marathon cannot happen in 3 months. Maybe you need a year. Right? Be kind to yourself. Set the right goals, make them attainable, and make them small enough so that you feel that they're achievable. Because you can't jump from here to here in one night. So just take your time, start small. And then I also add new things to old things, right? So for me, I think as with everybody, you're super busy. You have family, you have work, you have friends, you have your own personal health to think about. So what I do is, instead of creating anything new, which I have no time for, I to stay somewhat healthy when there's so many other demands on my schedule. So I encourage you, give that a try. So tonight, everyone, when you brush your teeth, can you do at least one squat for me? Just think about today. Yeah, okay, I see a nod. Okay, a few nods. Okay, so just one squat. Right, just start small, and then maybe tomorrow morning you can do 2. Okay, and then the last thing is the truth. It means you have to be true to yourself. So how many of you have ever said these sentences to yourself? I can't do this. I don't know. I don't know how. I don't get it. Right? I think everyone has. I definitely have. I'd say I'm definitely sure Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, has said this many times, right? I don't know how to build a rocket. I don't know how to build an electric car. Right? He said this many times. But the difference between someone like Elon Musk and someone normal, regular, is that people who succeed know the power of one word: yet. I don't know yet. I can't do this yet. I don't get it yet. When you just add this one simple word to your vocabulary and you apply it to everything you do, it changes your mindset. It makes you really believe that you can do it. Just not yet, but I can do it. Right? And then you take the small steps. Right? Small steps every day. So you change your mindset to yet. You take small steps every day. You add new things to your old things. And you set the foundation for a positive day with your 3 positive thoughts. So very simple things that I hope everyone tries tonight and tomorrow. And if you can continue it for at least 2 to 3 weeks, it will make a difference in the way you feel. So let's go back. Let's go back to where we started. We talked about my dots, right? I was looking at my dots. So normally at this time of year, I look back on the new dots I created this year. And I think about, how do I set goals for the next 12 months? So when I go through this exercise, think about those 3 criteria: right time, right place, right product. And again, right time and right place, I think we're all in the right time and right place. Right? Vietnam is in the center of global growth for the next 10, 20 years at least. There's no other place I would rather be than in Vietnam. This is where the opportunity lies to take advantage of all the growth that will happen globally. So that leaves right product. Right? How do I make myself the best product ever? And I hope that when you start thinking about your goals for 2023 and beyond, you also consider this. You are in the right time and the right place. And actually, as I understand it, actuarial science is a sector that's relatively new in Vietnam. You know what that says to me? That says opportunity. When you can be one of the newest people in an industry, that means you're laying the groundwork for that industry. It means you can easily become an expert in the industry within this market. And that's an opportunity that's very hard to find, especially in developed markets. So I encourage you to really think about, how can you make yourself the best product? Right, talk to your managers. See what other new projects you can volunteer for. See what other classes you can take, what other licenses you can achieve. Because you already have the first 2 things. Remember that lottery ticket, right? You already have the first 2 things. You're in the right time at the right place. So you need to develop yourself. Right? The last criteria, that's up to you. How much effort will you put forth to make yourself the right product? So I want to conclude today with something I tell myself whenever I'm doing something and I lose motivation, I just need a little bit more push to finish it. I tell myself, today, I will do things that others will not, so that tomorrow I can do things that others cannot. I wish you a lot of success, health, and happiness. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thái Văn Linh. Please remain on stage with us, because I believe that the audience also have a lot of questions or concerns that they would like to have the answers from you. Yes, I have the first hand.
Hello, my name is Nguyen, and I have a question for you. You talk a lot about how to better yourself, but it gets kind of tiring sometimes. How do you maintain your motivation? Thank you.
Thank you, Nguyen. I think motivation is one of those things where it feels very intangible, right? Because it's kind of a feeling that starts inside you. But you go back to the mind-body connection. So you pick one. You either pick your mind, where you start with the 3 positive thoughts, or you pick your body, where you get up and you do things, right? You do things to practice your brain, right? This one's in, this one's out, right? So you do things like that to help your brain and your body and your mind get used to being active. Right, so those are some of the small things, but I think some of the big things that I think everyone has to consider is your health. To stay motivated, you need to be healthy. So watch what you eat, work out, get enough sleep. I have to admit I don't get enough sleep, but it's a work in progress. So I think that's something that sounds very obvious, but again, it's back to we're not getting any younger, and so you have to consider taking care of your body first, and then doing all the activities you need to maintain the motivation into the future. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Lin. So may we have the next question from the audience?
I think this is a wonderful opportunity to raise questions for Ms. Lin. Can the MC raise question?
Yes, of course. Yeah, MC. And do you have anything to ask, Ms. Lin?
I admire. Please.
So we have a question from Mr. Nguyễn Quang Duy, Chief Actuary of AIA Việt Nam.
Hi, Chiều. So I like to talk about the growth mindset. I think you share about your study journeys when you get to GMAT. So you did it for 3 months. I think most of the actuary here do it for 5 years. Going through the same process. But as you said, just the first half of the equation, right? So having a growth mindset is important. So I want to ask you, for me, the first steps to have a growth mindset is to want to have a growth mindset. So as a leader, CEO, how do you build that culture into your teams so that everyone strives to have growth mindset? Thank you.
Thank you, Yui. That's a great question. Something that I think about often also. Yes, you can only help those that want to be helped, right? So hopefully today I was assuming that everybody wants a growth mindset. But as a leader, I think some of the things I think about is how do I create an environment where people can feel empowered? Because people who feel like they can achieve things, who feel like they're learning new things, will want to do more. So there was a study that showed how do you maintain motivation levels at work? And it's a balance between doing things that you're good at, because when you do things you're good at, it builds confidence. However, if all you do are things that you're good at, you get bored. So then you balance it with things that are new. But the thing is, when you learn something new, starting from zero, it's actually really hard, right? So I'll give you an example. I wanted to do push-ups, right? So I don't have time to work out. Actually, I have 2 kids. They're very young and a startup and all this stuff. So my 15 squats a day and then push-ups, right? But when I first started, I couldn't do any. It was after I gave birth, I couldn't do any. And it took me 2 months to do just one. But when I got one, it took about a week to do 2. And then by the time I got to 5, every 2 days, I could do one more. So now I'm up to 8, so it's, you can tell I've had some backward progress, right? So basically, I try every day, but when you start from 0, it's very hard. So back to the work example. So when you give a project to someone on your team, you have to consider, are they starting from 0? Or are they starting from 5 or starting from 9? Right? Because if you're starting from 9, then that's on the other side. That's what you're good at. Right? So you have to assign something where they're starting from either 0, 1, 2, and realize that it's very hard for them, even though it may be easy for you. So what you do there is you give them a project with a longer timeline. Maybe it's not so important. Maybe they have a mentor to help them, or just a buddy to work with them. So in that way, as they learn new things, that creates the motivation. They think, oh, I'm learning. I want to learn more. I'm getting better. Right? So 70%, I think, I normally do 70% things that you're good at, and then 30% new projects. So you feel like your job is providing growth opportunities for your career. So that's how I think about motivation and growth within the team.
Thank you, Ms. Lin. And one last final chance for the third question with Ms. Lin before we say goodbye to her. Our very special guest today. So if we have no further questions, on behalf of AIA Việt Nam, I would like to thank you for spending your time coming here again. And I would like to invite Mr. Lê Thành Nam, Chief Financial Officer of AIA Việt Nam, to give flowers and souvenirs as a token of appreciation to Ms. Thái Văn Linh.
Thank you. Thank you. Cảm ơn anh. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for now, we want you to keep recharged before continue more interesting topics this afternoon. So it is the time for all of us for tea break. Feel free to stand up, enjoy some tea or coffee outside the hall, and then we will get back after 20 minutes.
and more Vietnamese people are concerned about this disease.
To understand more about thyroid cancer trends and practical contacts from Asia, we would like to invite the Reinsurance Group of America representative to share their information on the topic, thyroid cancer trend and learning from Asia.
I am honored to invite on stage Mr. Hiras Go, Head of Underwriting Technical Oversight, and Ms. Sang Dinh, Director of the Southeast Asia Life Pricing Team for RGA, based in Singapore, to come to the stage for their sharing. Please give a big applause to welcome our two speakers.
Reinsurance Group of America Incorporate, a Fortune 500 company, is the leading global life and health reinsurer with $3.5 trillion of life reinsurance in force and total assets of $92.2 billion as December 2021.
A very good afternoon to everyone present here. Xin chào. So, I'm Sáng Dinh and I'm from RGA. So I'm the Director of Southeast Asia Pricing. Together with me is Dr. Dhiraj Gao. He's the Head of Underwriting Technical Oversight for Asia. Okay? Yep. So I will start first. So today, we are here to share about the thyroid cancer trend in Vietnam, as well as some learnings from Asia. Sorry, just give me a minute. Sorry, some technical difficulties. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so firstly, just to give a brief overview of the thyroid cancer trend in Vietnam. So in the population for Vietnam, as you can see, liver is the top cancer driving the cancer trend in Vietnam. So for males, there are some other cancer sites such as lung, liver, cancer, and prostate for male. And for female is breast, stomach, lung. So one thing interesting is that thyroid cancer actually makes up only 3% of all cancer sites in Vietnam for population. However, if we were to zoom into thyroid cancer itself, the incidence of thyroid cancer in Ho Chi Minh City over the last 10 years has increased tremendously. And this is especially so for females, which is represented by the yellow line in the graph. So this huge increase in thyroid incidence is mainly due to the diagnosis of papillary thyroid cancer, and a type of thyroid cancer will actually be introduced by Dr. Dhiraj later on. So we have taken a look at some of the insured experience that we have seen in Vietnam, and we have noticed that in the insured experience, thyroid cancer actually makes up to 20% for male and up to 35% for female. This is a very big difference from the population, where we actually see only 3%. So why is this so? Maybe it's something that we should look at it. But before I move on, maybe let me invite Dr. Dhiraj up to share from his medical perspective what is thyroid cancer and what is the type of thyroid cancer.
Thanks very much, Sancti. Hopefully you can all hear me. It's all clear. Okay, thanks, Sancti. This section, I'm going to give you a brief overview from a medical perspective about thyroid cancer. As I know, many of you are from a non-medical background. I'll try to keep it as simple and as short as possible. So bear with me. We'll start off with the anatomy of thyroid in very short. As you all know, thyroid is in front part of your neck, located in front part of your neck. It has two lobes, right and left, which is connected to each other by a bridge called as isthmus. What you see here on the slide is actually different cells which are present in a thyroid under a microscope. So it is the most common are the follicles, and surrounding that is the follicular cells. And then there are blue cells called as parafollicular cells. Not getting into too much of detail, but just remember that follicular cells produce thyroid hormone, parafollicular cells produce calcitonin, which maintains calcium level. As a whole, thyroid gland is an endocrine organ which produces hormones which help in growth, metabolism, and development of the human body. This is the classification of thyroid cancer based on the cell types. So if you can see, there are essentially 2 types of cell cancers here, and then there's a third type which is from non-thyroid cells. So these are the differentiated cancers, or the follicular cells, and parafollicular C cell cancers. So if these differentiated have 3 different types: well differentiated, poorly differentiated, and undifferentiated. Within well differentiated is papillary cancer and follicular cancer, and in undifferentiated is another called as anaplastic cancer. Hurtel cell is type of a follicular cell cancer. Let's not get into that. These differentiated cancers form about 95% of thyroid cancers, and these are all developed in the cells that produce thyroid hormone. The survival from these cancers is excellent. If we look at only one cancer which has a poor prognosis, which is anaplastic, but that's not what we are worried about. We are more worried about the well differentiated, which form about 94% of these cancers. Then we have medullary cancer from parafollicular cells, which form about 3% of the cancers. These can be familial, or that is with family background, and associated with other endocrine malignancies. It has a slightly worse prognosis as compared to these two, and it can be invasive, especially, so that's when it becomes more aggressive. And this cannot be treated with radioiodine. Then there's the third type, which is from cancers from other types, other sites, lymphomas, sarcomas, or choriocarcinomas. So this is about the distribution. Now let's look at the same split, but with what is the survival look like for different cancer cells. So this is a 20-year survival statistic. For these two cancers, as you can see, it is between 70 to 90% survival even after 20 years. Anaplastic, as I said, is a bit aggressive, so very few survive up to 20 years, but most of them die even within a year. Another one is medullary, which is 70 to 80% survival even after 20 years. The graph that you see here actually talks about a 5-year survival for different cancers. As you can see, even with regional spread, when I say regional, there are 3 types. Basically, localized is when it is within the gland, regional is when it spreads around the neck region, or distant is when it goes to other organs. Even with regional spread, the survival after 5 years is close to 100%. This is the differences between papillary and follicular. In the interest of time, I'm going to skip, not going into too much of details, but the key takeaways here is that papillary cancer, which forms about 83% of the cancers, can be diagnosed on a FNA, which is fine needle aspiration cytology. I'll get into it a bit later. And any tumor which is less than a centimeter, the recommended treatment protocol is active surveillance. Active surveillance is using just ultrasound. And these cancers have an excellent prognosis. How reliable is FNAC, or what is FNAC? FNAC is actually just a simple needle that is put into a gland to take out a few cells and examine under microscope. This is called as FNAC, and it is a very simple procedure, can be done on an outpatient basis. This fine needle aspiration cytology results are comparable to any results out of if a proper histological examination is done, if the gland is excised and checked. So it is very similar. The results look very, very similar. Like you can see, both have 99% accuracy. So coming to the treatment, the micropapillary thyroid cancers, the cancers which are less than a centimeter, have a very slow course of development. They grow very, very slowly over their lifetime. And the guidelines from NCCN, these are the latest guidelines which suggest that these tumors may not be surgically removed. They can actually just be under active surveillance. This is different from what is recommended by Korean Society of Thyroid Radiology, where they say that patients who refuse surgery or who cannot undergo an operation, thermal ablation must be considered as can be considered as an alternative. The challenge with thermal ablation is after the thyroid gland is removed, or if you take a biopsy of these, you wouldn't get any cells, so you cannot even assess whether this was actually a cancer or not. So it becomes a challenge at the time of claims. Screening. Screening is what is driving the incidence rate trends for us, especially for thyroid cancer. And this is what is the challenge with screening. I mean, most often than not, the screening is beneficial if it is helpful to reduce the mortality rate. But in thyroid cancer, that is not the case. It doesn't really help reduce mortality because the course of thyroid cancer itself is very slow. It doesn't really matter. And then it actually causes more harm than benefit because of overdiagnosis and overtreatment. The patient has to undergo significant amount of treatment requirements, and there is psychological stress because of he's been diagnosed of a cancer. So it has more harm than benefit. So I talked about overdiagnosis and overtreatment. What is overdiagnosis? It essentially is two parts, overdetection and overdefinition. Both of them are relevant from a CI definitions or CI product point of view, but let's look at just overdetection. It is actually identification of abnormal cells that were abnormalities that were never going to cause any harm. Do not progress or they progress too slow, and in the remaining lifetime of a person, these may not even cause any symptoms for him to undergo any treatment. This is overdetection. If there is overdetection, that would also mean that he needs to undergo treatment, which could be overtreatment. This is just the staging of thyroid cancer, not going into too much of detail. The figure on the right-hand side actually talks about how the T is categorized. So AJCC classifies cancers based on T and M, tumor size, nodal involvement or lymph node involvement, and distant metastasis or distant spread. So if you see here, for someone who is less than 55 years, differentiated thyroid cancer, that is the papillary and the follicular cancer, any T, any M without distant metastasis is stage 1. It has a significantly good survival of 98 to 100%. And then you also have, only when it becomes distant metastasized or spreads away from the organ, that's when it goes into stage 2. At this level, the differentiated thyroid cancer at age less than 55, there isn't even a stage 3 or a stage 4. But if you look at the other cancers or above age 55, there are all the stages for all the cancers. Like the differentiated thyroid above 55 has all the 4 stages. Medullary has all the 4 stages. Anaplastic, which is very aggressive cancer, has only stage 4. It doesn't even have stage 1, 2, and 3. Just a quick look at definitions from other markets. And specifically, we have pointed out China here. There is a reason for it. I'll come to that. Most of the definitions have histological examination or histopathological examination as a requirement to confirm diagnosis for a payout. The challenge is in the exclusion. Many companies or many countries exclude only T1, N0, M0. That is basically tumors less than 2 centimeters, which do not harm anything, but you do not harm the life of the applicant, nor does it require a long-term treatment. So if you look at China, they have changed this exclusion to exclude stage 1. Stage 1, which is broader than T1, N0, M0. This is any T, any N without M, that is without distant spread. So that is a broader exclusion as compared to some of the other markets that are there in the market. So just a quick summary. we have to remember the intention of critical illness. It is to kind of pay for the person who really goes through financial hardships, has significant consequences because of a medical condition, has disabilities, long-term disabilities because of a medical condition. And that was the reason, in the first place, the critical illness product came into picture. This has moved, of course, for various reasons, but this was the primary key intention of a critical illness product. So we have to remember that for the thyroid definition, the thyroid cancer definition may not meet this intention in the entirety. So we need to be careful of how we define thyroid cancer when we cover such a cancer in our products. It might be a time for us to relook at of what we exclude or what we cover. So this is something as a message we leave with you. I'll hand it over to Sanctin. There are a few other points here. I'll not go into details. These are essentially saying why certain types of cancer we may think about excluding from coverage in a critical illness product or a major cancer definition. So again, insurance for all is the theme of this conference, with sustainability or affordability being challenged with these new investigations or diagnostic criteria. We may have to relook at what we cover. Thank you. Thanks very much, and I hand over to Sanctin.
Thank you, Dr. Dheeraj. So as I mentioned earlier, there seems to be some issue of overdiagnosis in the insured experience for thyroid cancer, whereas the population is still low. So today, I'll be sharing with you 2 markets in Asia where thyroid cancer has becoming an issue. So firstly, it's for South Korea. Okay, South Korea, out of all the countries with issues of thyroid cancer, overdiagnosis is one of the worst. So as you can see on the graph, over the time period of 2000 to 2010, thyroid cancer incidence has increased by more than 7 times in Korea. So a U-shaped curve on the chart, it shows, okay, so the horizontal line represents the age at diagnosis. So that's where a U-shaped curve means that the increase in thyroid cancer diagnosis comes from mostly of the middle ages, 40 to 50 years old. Okay, during the same time period, the average size of thyroid tumor has decreased. At the same time, as the incidence increased, the mortality rates due to thyroid cancer has remained relatively low. So this is in line with what Dr. Dheeraj has just shared, that thyroid cancer has very good prognosis. So many of them actually survive with thyroid cancer. Okay, the healthcare system in Korea. So at the base, there is a national cancer screening program. So this screening program is for the low income for Korea. And thyroid screening is not included, but it is an opt-in option that you can include. It's quite affordable. So the cost is about, on average, Vietnam dong of $1 million. And many of them actually are encouraged to add on. For the working class, they are mostly covered under the company's annual medical checkup. And under this checkup, the ultrasound for thyroid is also often included because they are affordable. So with the increase in incidence of thyroid cancer in Korea, so actually some doctors in Korea are worried of this trend because they believe that it is the private medical sector that promote this overdiagnosis and is causing a strain on the company's medical burden. So the Korean Thyroid Association tried to revise the guidelines so to only perform biopsy for tumors that are big enough, bigger than 0.5 cm. However, that does not stop the incidence rate from going up. Only in 2014, when a group of doctors come together, they try to spread awareness by running through newspapers, newspaper articles, televisions, and run campaigns to educate the public about how thyroid overdiagnosis is more cost than benefits. And actually, since then, there has been a sharp decrease in thyroid cancer incidence. So even though you see a sharp decrease in thyroid incidence in 2014, it did not return back to the original level. In fact, after that, as the effect of these campaigns wear off, the incidence starts to increase again. This is probably because there is no government regulation to control the overdiagnosis, as well as the thyroid screening also remains affordable. Okay, that's for the population, and what's happening in the insured market is that the experience is no different from what is seen in the population. So they have, so the insurers in South Korea have seen that increase in thyroid incidence in the year 2000. So this has burned their CI books, and they are starting to see CI experience that getting worse. And what are some of the reactions that they did was to stop selling CI or cancer products. Also, they have tried to increase the gross premium of such products, as well as redesign the products to limit the thyroid cancer coverage to a low payout or exclude it entirely. So this defense mechanism has worked well over the 10 years. However, in recent 5 years, I think the insurance company starts to sell CI products again. So for life insurers, they are actually fine to include thyroid cancer with a low payout, and they have priced in for the future expected level of thyroid claims. But for GI, non-life company, they have actually started to sell CI products as well. And they have pushed the competition up by selling coverage as high as 100% sum assured. So this is an issue, and the regulator actually acts on it. And earlier this year, they have issued guidelines stating that for thyroid cancer, it cannot be more than 20% sum assured. Okay, so that's for South Korea. I'll move on to China. So during the same time period, for China market population, they have also seen a sharp increase in thyroid incidence. So it's also the same for female, which is higher than males, and the annual increase is about 20%. So that's quite high. Okay, so unlike South Korea, for China, there is no national-wide screening program. But for the working class, as usual, they have the coverage for company annual checkup. So there are 2 big private checkup centers in China. So one is Meinian, who is bigger and more aggressive. And there is ICANG, which targets the more premium companies and premium clients. So the cost of thyroid ultrasound is also relatively affordable, similar to Korea. It's about 1 million Vietnam dong, and they are also often included in a package. So if we zoom into ICANG statistics over the past 5 years, if you can see for Shanghai, which is a major city in China, the take-up rate for thyroid ultrasound can be as high as 73%. And out of all the cancers that's diagnosed through these medical centers, 30 to 40% are thyroid cancers. Okay, so thyroid cancer for China has increased around the same time as South Korea, but the extent is not as big as South Korea. So nobody knows whether will China catch up to South Korea level. It's worth to continue monitoring the trend. And to date, there are no government policies to control this overdiagnosis issue. But on the insurance side, the regulator has acted. So because in China, the list of critical illness have a standardized definitions. They're set by the regulator. So in 2020, they actually revised the late-stage definition, which is what Dr. Diraj has shown earlier. So they have excluded all stage 1 thyroid cancer out of late-stage cancer coverage. So this effectively reduced the cost of late-stage CI from 50% to lesser than 10% due to thyroid cancer. As you can see, thyroid cancer, 90% of them are due to stage 1. So this really is a big move to exclude the cost out of late-stage cancer. And many of China insurers actually start to include this stage 1 coverage into their early stage payout, but kept the payout low to control the costs. Okay, so there are 3 key learnings that I would like to point out. So firstly, we believe that unnecessary high screening rate leads to overdiagnosis of thyroid cancer, which has more harm than benefits. Secondly, we also believe that it is the insurer's defense mechanism is very important to protect themselves against future adverse claims experience. Last but not least, we also believe that it is the industry effort to help control the country's medical resources as well as the insurance market. So in my last slide, this is what's next for the insurance market. So firstly, in the immediate step, we think that it would be good for the whole industry to acknowledge this potential threat of thyroid cancer, as well as if there is any existing experience, it would be good to analyze them to identify this potential threat. In the midterm, while designing new products to be launched, perhaps thought can be put in whether we want to limit the coverage of thyroid cancer or to exclude them completely. Also, in the repricing of such products, perhaps is it reasonable to include some allowance for future adverse deviation? So for the long term, we believe it's still the whole industry effort to manage the competition, because if only one company stops selling CI with thyroid coverage, they will just be seen as not competitive, and all the clients will move to the other companies. So it's an industry effort to manage this competition and also to manage the thyroid issue. So last but not least, it's also worthwhile to consider whether there is a need for standardized cancer definition in Vietnam. So with that, that's all we have for today. Thank you. Cảm ơn.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sang Singh. And I would like to invite back on stage Mr. Hiras for the Q&A section. Everyone, please feel free to raise your hands up and provide the questions to our guest speaker. We have one guest here. Please provide him the microphone.
Please wait for a moment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, thank you for the sharing. I'm Dipanj Jain from Switzerland. So this is a question about the thyroid cancer trend that we are seeing in Vietnam. So we see that the mix of cancer between population and insured is very different in Vietnam. Do we know what are the drivers why the insured experience is very different from population?
Okay, thanks for the good question. So for the actual reason, I think we'll never know, but there are some guesses that we have. So firstly, we believe that in Vietnam, some of the private checkup center actually encourages thyroid screening. So perhaps in the insured population, where more of them are from the cities, so they actually go through the medical checkup and they are encouraged to take on the thyroid screening, and that's why they get screened, and this is showing up in the insured experience, instead of the whole population where maybe the rural areas are also included.
Thank you for your question. Can we have the second hand for the second question?
If we don't have any question, maybe we should close it up here.
Yes. I think
Annam. Oh, we have one more question after Annam. Annam, you can go first. Please provide the microphone to the lady in the white T-shirt. Yeah.
Who was it?
Oh.
No.
Oh my.
I don't think she had a question.
She did not raise her hand? Okay, I'm so sorry. Sorry.
Wrong
Anna,
person,
please
wrong
provide a
hand.
microphone to Anna, please.
Thank you for sharing a lot of things, and I'm very impressed by the very last slide about what's next for Vietnam. So two questions. What is your suggestions for us here, given the experience from the other country? Probably in terms of this, because we want sustainable and affordable is a key for us. And as the reinsurer, what is the strategy normally happen when the CI deterioration go very bad? I know behind the CI today there's few insurers, but generally how we gonna solve the problem of the existing block? Yes, the future we gonna prevent with redesign on this kind of product. So that's two-part question. Looking future, what is the advice for us? Secondly, the existing.
Okay, so thank you for your question. So for your first question, I believe that in those countries that I've talked about, they actually got burned first, and then come in and rectify the issue. So I think the key thing is to stop this issue before we get burned. So that's why we are here to talk about thinking about future where we want to redesign the product before we get burned from this block. Sorry?
The role of the reinsurer.
It's easy to stop for the new sale.
Actually, it's very easy to stop a new sale. But let's say you and me have this existing block and we co-sharing the risk back in the day. So how are we going to move on with existing block and what's the role of reinsurer then for existing customer? But more important, you stop the new sale easy.
Yeah, that's right. So we believe that with the new sales because as I mentioned, when the issue is in the population, we can't stop the trend from doing so. So I believe that it is difficult to control that incidence rate from going up. So that's why the easiest way is to stop new business. But for existing business, I think the first mechanism probably is to monitor the experience, so that we can, formulate the strategy before the experience emerge, right? So I think where reinsurer come in is that we can come in to analyze the experience together and see where is it going and then work together with you.
To find a solution.
Yeah, to find a solution.
Yeah, at the same time, to answer your question, there have been instances in the past, and some examples that I can think about is the companies introduce new products with better features and allow the current policyholders to convert if possible. So then that you reduce the exposure on the old block. Not saying that everybody will move, but whatever can move, right? So that's one way of doing it. And of course, we always keep monitoring. And if we can hit it early and stop the damage earlier, then we may not see that much of harm as the other countries have seen.
You happy with the answer? Thank you.
All right, so thank you so much, Mr. Harris and Ms. Sang. And now I would like to invite back on stage Mr. Lê Thành Nam and Mr. Nguyễn Quang Duy to give the flowers and the souvenirs to our two guest speakers. Thank you so much for spending your time today with us.
Thank you.
You're from China?
No, from Singapore. Singapore.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to bring up the atmosphere for a little bit. So now we move to the very special moment called mini game. The name is As Fast as Lighting, right?
Yes. Yes, we will now have a quick mini game called As Fast as Lighting. And in Vietnamese, we say, nhanh như chớp.
Yeah, well, there are a lot of amazing games waiting for you, such as the third prize, an Anker's power bank, the second prize, a Bluetooth speaker, and the first prize, an AirPod. Wow.
So the rule of the game is very simple. We will have 10 random questions on the Slido app. And each guest, please use your smartphone connecting to Wi-Fi or 4G. Scan the QR code or log in with the link on the screen to create an account. Please use your mobile phone and scan this QR code. There will be 10 questions, and in turn, the questions will be displayed on the screen following the MC's direction. In order to win, you need to choose the most correct answer and in the fastest way.
For the audience sitting too far away from the screen, we will bring you the QR code at your table, at your seats, so that it can help you to scan it easier. We need a lot of people to join this game. It's very easy game to play and to earn prize, so please join with us. You can choose another nickname. You don't need to use your real name. You can choose another nickname, anything that you want.
Yeah, and I can see that there are 50 members who have joined. 61, number is moving up. 73, 79, yeah.
Bring it up to 300. Do we enough? 300 or 200?
For those of you who cannot scan the QR code, please raise your hand. The organizing committee will come to your place. Please raise your hand if you cannot scan this QR code. Yeah. Please bring the QR code to yeah. Okay. We have 150 people.
Wow, a lot.
We will start the game when we reach number 200.
Actually, when we do live stream, I'm pretty sure that a lot of audience can do it online. However, the prize can only be shared here for someone who come here directly. So for those who join the game online, we just do it for fun. But it's okay, please join us. We have 164. Okay, we can bring it up to 200. You can choose whatever nickname you want to. A lot of people use their real name.
And I see a lot of companies' name on the screen.
Master Overlord. Who is Master Overlord? First or last? First, of course. 168. Come on, we can make it 200, can we? 170. I think we have a lot of people, more than that number in this conference hall. 176, 178. Bring it up. Wow. 19 more people. 18 more people. Can the organizer join us? No?
And anyone can join this game.
Anyone can join. 184. 186.
Okay. 10 more people and then we can start.
10 more. 10 more?
Yeah, 10 more.
Now it's time for say 10 more. Yes, 9 more.
8. And it stopped.
I think it's enough. Okay, 7.
190.
Okay, we will start at 195. Okay? 195 and we will start again. 2 more people. 2 more people. 1 more people. 1 more person. Okay, that's right. That's
please
it.
give
Okay.
us the first questions on the screen.
We have 8 questions and the time runs fast, so please focus. The first question is, which of the following is not a type of insurance products? A, term life, unit link, endowment, or insurance for everyone?
10 seconds for one question.
Please choose very carefully. Okay, time's up. And the right answer is, wow, we have a 98% choose D, insurance for everyone. And the correct answer is D, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Wonderful, wonderful. It's not really a hard question, right?
Please move next.
Okay, we move to the next question. Wow.
Congratulations to Andang.
Wow.
Hitting at the 3rd second of the game.
Okay, the second question.
Okay, second question. Which is the year that RFIS 17 become mandatory effective date? 2020, 2021, 2022, or 2023? Which one is the correct answer?
Time's up very quick. And a lot of people choose the D. 2023, and the correct answer is?
B.
Wow! Wow! How can
MC
it be?
does not know the answer. We just follow the organizing committee.
How can it be?
And you please confirm if this is the correct answer.
How can it be?
Is it? It's not correct? Oh my God.
Okay. If you get it wrong, then everybody get it wrong. So this is just lucky or unlucky.
We can pass this question because 98%.
No, we cannot pass because the score sheet is here. Too late is the first position. Okay. We move to the third question. Who are the VAC 2022 sponsors? Thank you for the very short answers. Thank you. A, B, C, D. Which one? Which one is the correct one? There are a lot of traps here, so a lot of people choose D again, 50%. And the correct answer is D.
Congratulations to 50 people in this room, 50% of people in this room. Okay, we move next. And Thule continued to be the first runner-up.
She remained the position.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Now we move to the question number 4, please.
In which year Institute and Faculty of Actuaries was founded? 2010, 2007, 2008, 2009, and I hope that we have set up the correct answer for this one.
So the time is over and a lot of people choose B, 61%. So
And-
the right answer is A. Help me to check. Help me to check. Is the right answer or not? So Thule is once again remain her position. Wow, this is a game, so it's just about the lucky or unlucky. We move to question number 5. Allow me, what is the maximum commission rate for single premium term life products? So we have a 15%, 20%, 30% or 40%. D again. 2, 1.
Let's see what everyone choose the most. Wow, we have very diverse questions. And the answer is A.
Congratulations.
50%.
This is the first time I hear the applause. The first time, okay.
Oh, congratulations, Go! Who has
Where's
reached
Thule?
the
Where's my
highest
Thule?
score.
Where's my Thule? Wow, she's
Thule has
number 4. Yeah.
has dropped.
Don't worry,
Yeah.
we still have chance for this to change the position.
Next question.
Number 6.
Number 6, the largest two-digit prime number is
Wow.
93, 91, 89, or 8 or 97.
Very fast. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up.
And the answer is
68%.
60.
And the right.
97. Congratulations to 68% of the participants.
Only 2 more questions.
Let's see the leaders board. Congratulations to Go. Continue to
I
keep
just
the
don't know
first,
what go means. Yeah.
the first place. Phúc Lê, first runner-up, and Yuho, second runner-up.
Okay, watermelon is number 3. The third place.
Let's move to question number 7.
According to the rule of 70, how many years does it take for an investment to double, assuming the interest rate in 10% per year? 10 years, 5 years, 7 years, or 8 years? 3, 2, 1. Finish.
And the answer is?
We have a lot of people choose number C, 46%.
The answer is?
The result, please.
C.
Congratulations.
7 years.
Yeah, 46% are choosing right. And we move to the score sheet. Show me. Once again, the
Thule
position.
has come back.
Yes,
Thule has
yes,
come back to
yes.
top 3.
Wow. We have 3 prizes for number 1, number 2, and number 3. And this is the last question. Please, Miss Phúc.
Is IFRS 17 the first truly international IFRS standard for insurance contracts? True or false?
True or false? A or B? Okay, very easy, very simple. 50% to have a right answer. And false, 69%. Wow, very
And the
beautiful number.
answer is?
Very beautiful number.
Hey, it's true.
31. Let's
Okay.
check.
Let's
check.
see the final result. The leaderboards will show up.
Wow.
Please come on stage. We would like to invite the people with the account name here over here to come on stage and receive the award from the organizing committee. Please welcome Go Ho, Thu Lê, and Phúc Lê.
So the third prize is belong to Phúc Lê, an Anker's power bank. The second prize for Thu Lê, a Bluetooth speaker. And the first prize for Koho, an airport.
Where are the winners? Please come on stage.
The three winners, would you please stand up and come to the stage?
Where?
If you are not here, the prize.
No, I know they are here.
Really?
I know two names on the board.
Okay. Where are you
Phúc
guys?
Lê sitting over there,
Don't be
right?
shy. This is your time to shine.
Where's Thu Lê? Thu Lê must be in this room. Where are you?
And please help me to bring your mobile phone so that we can check if the nickname is fit with the right person. Please.
Please come on stage. Go Ho, where are you? Ho Hong Cơ, come up here.
So what's the name?
Ho Hong Cơ,
number 2.
come up here quickly. I'd like to invite back on stage Mr. Lê Thành Nam to give 3 special prize to our winners. Go!
Where's Go Ho? The one with the highest prize. And there he is.
How come it's 3 AA people? It's the organizer? Question? Okay. Chúc mừng cơ. Rồi.
Thank you so much and congratulations. And don't forget that we still have a lucky draw at the end of the conference. So please stay with us. Ladies and gentlemen, digitalization and technology have become the main trend of all industries in the world. For life insurance industry, we always try to update on the trend and technology to support the growth of the market.
And continuing with the series of these conference topics, I am honored to invite the representative of Pacific Life Re to share the topic, Shaping the Future of Digitalization and Technology for Success. We gratefully invite Mr. David Wright, Associate Vice President, Business Development, Southeast Asia of Pacific Life Re, and Mr. Pratap Chola, Director of Business Development, Asia Pacific of Underwrite Me, to come to the stage for your sharing.
In Asia, Pacific Life Re Asia has grown from strength to strength with over 200 people based in Asia, including Korea, Japan, and China offices. Please welcome.
Can you hear okay? All right, that's better. So, firstly, it's fantastic to be here, and I love that last game of Slido. So much that I'm going to use at Slido in our presentation as well. Special thanks to the VAC organising this conference today, the opportunity for us to speak on this trending topic. Okay, so Pratap and myself today are going to talk about shaping the future of digitalisation and technology for success. My aim is to give you considerations, takeaways to think about your digital journey to make it successful. If I can give you 1 or 2 takeaways which help you consider, then we've done our job. Think about your conference theme. Insurance is for everyone. There is only one way that protection will be accessible to everyone, and that is via digital. So just in terms of the agenda today, just in setting the scene for success, I'm going to be looking at China. The China digital market has had great success. And so I'm going to look to share some learnings for that, which can be applied or considered in your actual journey. And then Pratap's going to talk more specifically about the technology area. He's going to share insights for how insurers can unlock your digital capability by improving the customer experience, but also by reinventing the future of underwriting. Then we'll finish up with a few key takeaways, and as mentioned, there'll be a couple of Slido questions along the way. For context, just to give you a little bit of history about how China has been successful. Okay, so in about 2013, it started off with freight insurance, Tabao from that side, and then it followed by some really interesting risks. Sorry, I might be blocking some people's view, etc. And interesting risks like, of course, bad weather, not being able to see the moon in the Mid-Autumn Festival. I still really haven't ever been able to work out the insurable interest on that, or whether it's just gambling, but hey, it worked and sold. What we saw in 2014 was boom. You can actually see this here. Wow, look at that. I wish my sales grew that quickly. What it was about was digital savings and investment products. Short-term products, high returns, sounds pretty good to me. And then that is where the boom for life insurance actually started. You'll see a little bit of a dip here. What that was about actually is that the regulator stepped in and actually banned these kinds of products. But what we did start to see here, and it was a little bit hidden by the dip, but you start to look at about 2018 and you get this massive steep curve. And the greatest thing for protection was in 2016, health insurance came onto the platform. You probably heard a little bit even earlier about the $1 Million MedX type product, low cost, high deductible. What it did was it attracted younger consumers to buy on the platform. And once they had the confidence to buy a product like that on the platform, then why go see an agent? Why buy protection in a bank? I'll go back to the platform. And so insurers were smart. What they then did was starting to add long-term protection products, CI, modular CI, term, etc. And you can see the growth has just continued right up until the end of 2021, where these figures are for. Now, overall, and look, you can't compare the size to China to just about any market. Okay, so digital sales were about 500 billion at the end of 2021. But that's not the message I want to share. It was about 10% of overall insurance sales, okay? Now, if you think about, I'm not sure what the figure is in the Vietnam industry about what percentage of digital sales, but if you're an insurer and you've got large agency bank insurance, most companies I talk with are actually selling a lot less than 10% in digital sales. So let's go have a look at how they do things to see if there's any learnings which can be applied to help you out. Okay, in terms of the China digital space, this is pretty straightforward, the first few parts. They use social media, WeChat, Weibo. Of course, they're not insurance platforms, otherwise you wouldn't get the level of customer traffic to it. No surprise that digital payment. You must have instant payment fulfillment of products, and that's pretty easy to do these days on various apps. As far as the China industry, it's not that dissimilar in terms of distribution to Vietnam. Agency bank assurance tends to actually be strong. You'll have some brokers, and as I mentioned earlier, the online digital platforms, their main business has nothing to do with insurance. The other area of distribution channel on the actual platform is brokers. Okay, and you may be wondering, okay, well, what do brokers do on a platform which is for direct to consumers? And the simple answer is they actually provide the same level of services that they would do in a normal day-to-day, face-to-face engagement type basis. Okay, so they educate, they link up with product recommendations and help the sales process. Pretty similar to an agent, but obviously with multiple products that they can recommend. But what they do is they create awareness. One of the big differences via the platform is that they can share targeted stories to an individual based on their social media profile. Okay, what similar products people are buying of their same age, sex, family situation, other areas. One really cool thing they do is that they actually rank products and also products which sell the most. Okay, and what that does is give people confidence. Someone in my profile, my age, has brought this product, it's popular. It gives me a little bit reassurance that this product is the right one for me to buy on the platform. And then policyholders also get rewarded. You know, they can send links to their family and friends, and agents can also get rewarded. Now, the links to family and friends are an interesting point, right? Because as funny as it may sound, most people will trust their friends or family more than an insurance agent, even though the insurance agent is far better educated and informed to make a better decision. It's about trust. As simple as that. As even if my family doesn't know, I'm probably more likely to listen to someone. A little bit interesting here about, well, hang on, agents. How are agents working on this platform? And this bit's a little bit odd, I find. So agents, they can set up their own account. So it's not an account with an insurer. I have my distribution agreement to sell only their products. So I set up my own name on the account, and then I'm basically licensed to sell anyone's products, just like a broker. I don't quite get that, because for most insurers I talk to, the agents, basically their distribution agreement will just be with that one insurer's product. So I'd probably leave that one away, because, like I said, it is unusual, to say the least. But the key selling point for the brokers here is very much that they enable it to be easy to compare the products, to share stories, the ranking of the product, how it sells. And that gives customers the confidence to actually buy on the platform without the need to go see an agent or a bank. So that's just giving you a bit of a description on sort of how it works and what are the sort of the ways, the methods for the sales on the processes. As I said, I love those Slido questions before, so now I really want your help. I would really like your views, because I talked a little bit about what brokers do on the platform. So if you can help me out by just saying what is the percentage of digital direct consumer new business sales written on the platform by the brokers. So there's a few options there: 5%, 20%, 35%, 50%, or even 85%. Is the Slido working? R3? Look, I'm not expecting to get 200, but great to get a few more people view on this. Okay, so it's moving around a bit. I'll just give it probably another minute, because I'm conscious of time, and I know we've got the great Lucky Door prize at the end, and myself and Bratap are the only thing between that. Okay. All right, okay, so we've got I'm about to give a summary, and we get a mixture as it goes along. So, but let's look at it. What we're basically saying, most of the answers are in the sort of up to 20, 35%. Okay, a spread on 5%. The correct answer is 85% of direct consumer sales on these digital platforms are via brokers. I was shocked about this. I actually spoke to our China team 2 or 3 times. You sure it's not 8.5%? It's 85%. This is a key takeaway, that the hybrid model with brokers can work to make consumers buy through digital. They still need a helping hand. But the other takeaway, which can be applied to your agency distribution, is that if you think about new agents starting, okay, it's not easier. How do you build your customer base? You go see your friends and family to the extent that they don't want to see you because they're tired of you selling another product to them. This can be a way for them to help build their customer base, which should improve agency retention, okay, because they can build up their customer base slowly and learn from that. So I think it's a key takeaway and something to consider. I'll keep moving along. So let's talk about how the process actually works on the platform when I'm buying. As mentioned, already talked about customers targeted based on their social media profile. I was going to show you just what the digital sort of underwriting application process looked like, but basically it didn't look anything special. It was pretty bland. So the thinking was, okay, well, what is the takeaway from this? What are they doing? And it really comes down to that the application process is logical. The applicant, insured, the benefit selection, any optional benefits are all on one screen, okay? So sometimes you'll only see 2 questions on the screen, click through to the next, click through to the next, click through to the next. Logical application process. All the information on one screen. So then you continue on. So let's talk about the underwriting because this is a key component. It's a health declaration, but one of the surprises to me was actually it's 10 questions. Most digital I see across Asia be 1 to 3 questions. Some of my clients would actually probably consider 10 questions more like full underwriting. The key part here is actually it's supported by automated point of sale underwriting. Perhaps going to talk more about that shortly, but that is a key part of the customer experience. I can manage medical disclosures, I can manage non-standard risks to make a point of sale outcome and give customers to buy. Today's society, accept, reject, we can do better with technology. As mentioned, Pratap will talk about that. The claims process is all done online. Okay, and it's not just send the picture of your claim form on. It is all fully automated. The broker helps out. But the best thing about the digital side is you get paid quicker. Again, fast claims handling, improved confidence, buy more products, recommend to the friends. Customer service, look, as you would expect, 24/7 sales, queries, feedback, etc. Nothing hugely surprising there. So I'm nearly at the end of my part of the presentation, and there's 4 takeaways I'd like to consider from what I've talked about and what we can learn from China and possibly some of the considerations for your own digital journey. So the first part is the right product. It needs to be pretty simple to understand. Affordable for young customers. That $1 million MedX product for a 35-year-old was about $3.50 US per month. Okay, high cover, low price, perceived need. Young people bought it, gave them confidence in the platform. Throw in some incentives. It's either got to be low premium, as I mentioned, or some free premiums in the first few months. And of course, it's got to be paid via digital wallet. Make it easy for customers. And then speed to market. That $1 million MedX is like on the 7th, 8th version. They listen to customer feedback and they regularly upgrade the product with speed to market because their technology is good. I know this can be a real struggle sometimes for upgrading our products with mainframe systems, but to survive and be successful in a digital environment, listening to customers and upgrading the product regularly is important. The second one's public engagement. You've got to educate people about their needs. The average person doesn't know what protection product's right for them or what they should buy. They get sold a product when they buy a house for a loan, but there's a lot broader needs than just death. They target customers who are social media, and they seek to understand. Open forums about customers' feedback, but the big difference is rather than defend the comments, they incorporate them in actually upgrades of the products. Effectively, the customer is placed first. The third one is distribution, which I talked about before, the word of mouth, family, friends, etc. Easy to compare ranking type products, and everyone can be a distributor. Not so sure if That's really sort of right, given the importance of recommending the right product. But the comparisons, the stories, the rankings, they all lead to one thing, and that's actually giving the customer the confidence to buy a product on the actual platform. And that's because you've got a trust network. Multiple points giving me confidence. The final one is the complete journey. True end-to-end digitalization must apply. It can't be just the application and writing policy issue experience. If you think about our lives now, how we operate digitally, everything is digitally. So it must be the underwriting with point of sale for the customer experience. Claims must be handled, feedback, true end-to-end digitization. I've got one quick Slido question for you, and then I'll hand over to Pratap because I'm eating into his time. But which area of those 4 takeaways do you feel would be the most important for your digital sales to increase them? Okay, it's pretty even balance there around the value for money. It was a little bit of a trick question because actually every one of your answers are right. To be successful in digital for protection sales, you need to be good at all these areas. But what underpins that is that the customer must be at the center of the journey for each of those 4 areas. Thank you, and I'll hand over to Pratap, who will talk more about how the technology factor can be utilised for your success.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, David. I thought I'll have to get you off the stage. Yeah, good evening, everybody. And I know I'm standing between lucky draw and the end of this conference, so I'll be as interesting and quick as possible. I think what David spoke about was, digital journey, digitization. What I'm going to talk about is how insurers are benefiting from automation. And I'll have 2 parts to it. One is how automation has helped insurers in the last few years, and how do we see the future, and what does the future platform actually look like. So there are 2 things I would be covering. The first part is what's happened the last few years. And as a company, UnderwriteMe has been enabling insurers in terms of automating all of the manual underwriting processes or claims processes. And the challenges which insurers were facing were mostly to do with low STP rates, manual screening of cases, time-consuming long application forms. So how does sort of technology address all of these issues? So what's typically happened in the last few years is, I think the first aspect is what automation has enabled is speed to market. So this could be launch of new products, launch of new channels. It could be changing of underwriting guidelines. So what we saw in the COVID pandemic was that either you had to add in one COVID question or change the underwriting questionnaire. Our clients could actually do this in a matter of hours. So that's the power of technology in terms of being nimble, quick, fast, and easy. The second bit is that when we think of processes and optimization, we always think about underwriting or claims processes. We never think from a distribution perspective, right? So how technology can make life easy for the distribution team. So what we have seen is that typically things like point of sale decisioning is really something which is appreciated both by the agents and the consumer. It's a matter of delight, right? If I'm an agent sitting with a consumer and policy get issued on the spot, it's an absolute delight. And then a lot of time saving is there because as an agent, I don't have to go back to the office and then follow up with the underwriters. Also because the customer journey is optimized, there's less drop-off. The TAT is less for policy issuance. So this kind of makes both the agent and the consumer very, very happy. The third bit is data. I think there are a lot of actuaries in the room, but this is more from a perspective of the underwriting teams. I think a lot of time they spend hours and hours in curating reports, right? So what technology does is it automates all the dashboards, automates all the reports, whether it's straight through processing, whether it's product mix, whether it's any exclusions applied, any data you would want would get automated. This actually saves time and helps the teams to spend more time on doing quality work rather than just looking at underwriting cases. And then there are other bits, right? So the world is going through a pandemic right now. There was SARS earlier, there was Zika. So how can companies be resilient? And technology offers that support. Anything happens, you can easily change your processes, you can change your forms, and you can adapt to the changing environment. Flexibility in terms of, again, customer expectations are changing. Most companies actually now launch a new product, every quarter, every month. So how can you be more nimble? And the last bit, I think, which is KPI for everybody possibly in this room, which is save cost. So when the organization is growing, when you are doubling or tripling your business volumes, you can't expect to hire people all the time. So how can you achieve scalability but save cost at the same time? So this is something which has happened in the last few years and how technology has helped optimize businesses. At Underwrite Me, we are very proud to support our clients, and in fact, at Underwrite Me, we process one insurance policy every 4 seconds. So that's the extent of implementation. So I'll take a pause here before moving to the future and what the new platform looks like. There are new challenges which the insurers are facing now, right? So one is automation, how can it help you? Second is data, both internal and external, right? So how can you use that data or ingest that data to make informed decisions? Then you have other problems regarding predictive underwriting, right? So it means different things to different people. It could mean to some people removing underwriting. It could mean to some people building SIO, GI models where you don't charge the customer. Or it simply could be in terms of choosing lives which are either good or bad. So we've tried to solve this problem, and what we have tried to build is a platform which will allow insurers the flexibility to make those decisions. Now, in terms of how this platform looks like, at the center of this platform, or the heart of this platform, actually, we have something called as a decision studio, and I'll talk a bit more about that. What is really pertinent is data. And if you would see here that this platform does 3 things. One is this platform is modular in nature, and that provides flexibility. And you will see different modules here, right? So you will have a traditional underwriting engine, you have a claims engine, and then you have AI models. And then if you see, there are various data sources which can be ingested. So there's a lot of talk about health data, right? So in the beginning of the day, we had vitality videos going on here. And then you have all of this thinking around, 10,000 steps a day. Does that mean anything? So what this platform does is it ingests data from various sources. So as an insurer, I can choose whether the decision comes through the underwriting engine, whether the rules logic along with the AI models actually make a decision, or whether you use predictive underwriting. So it's entirely up to the company in terms of how to configure decisioning through this platform. The other bit which this platform has is actually embedded analytics. So all the data points are ingested, they are augmented, and enriched data insights can be provided, which are actually actionable. So this is how we look at the future platform, and this is something we have built, and actually it is in operation. And one of the slides actually I'll show you is a bit of a case study. Talking about Decision Studio, so this is the orchestration layer which actually ingests all the data. It would input the logic from the underwriting engine. It would take inputs from the AI models and then actually make a decision. The key points to note here is that when you sort of implement this platform, there is very limited IT involvement required in this. And then all your issues around how to use data, whether internal or external, whether health data, all those problems actually get solved. So I'm looking at the timer here, so I'm going to go a little quickly. The other bit is in terms of data and how you visualize this. So what this platform actually would do is, one is your traditional A and B testing, right? So you build certain rules, logic, or AI models, how they work. The second bit is, which is the next stage, where you don't have to do A and B testing. You can actually build a model and push through all the existing data, and you can actually figure out whether the new rule or the new logic would be performing better than the previous rule or not. So that sort of brings in a lot of consistency. It brings in a lot of flexibility and efficiency. Otherwise, it's very, very time consuming. And the other bit I spoke about, which is your dashboards and reports. So rather than creating those reports, you can use those actionable insights to bring more efficiency in your business. Right. The next bit I want to talk about a little bit is on text mining. So text mining, what it does is it actually takes unstructured medical reports and actually creates a very, very structured data which showcases your medical risks. How this typically works is the consumer would give okay to sharing their medical data. Text mining extracts this data. This is pushed through to our engine. The engine would actually use OCR to read those medical reports. And what it will do is, if it's a 100-page medical report, it'll create a summary for one single page, which an underwriter can actually go through and make a decision. The beauty about the text mining module, which is part of the decision platform, is the use cases. So the first one here is that you can use this to train the AI models. So any AI model typically you build needs training, and this module actually will help you in that. The second one is that it can be used for doing any automated checks if there are any risk oversights which have happened in the entire process. And the third one is that it automates the decisioning using both the AI models and the rules engine. So I hope I've been able to give you a little bit of texture on how the platform works. But to give you a live example of what we have done with one client in UK, what we have done is we have automated the entire medical process. So what happened in this scenario is when the medicals are triggered, the clients would go for medical tests. Those medical reports are sent directly to our engine. The engine actually reads those reports, makes a decision, And you would see here that the medical cases, almost 75% straight through processing for even the medical cases. So what this platform does is it automates the end-to-end journey of the underwriting processes. Right. Moving on, I had a Slido, but I'll skip it in the interest of time. But I think this is the survey which we did some time back on LinkedIn, which I want to share with you. And the question we actually asked was, which is the biggest benefit underwriting automation brings to the end consumer? And if you see, the answer actually here was instant decisions and coverage. What I would actually say is that it relates back to the consumer journey. So how the consumer journey from being inefficient can be made user-friendly both for the consumer and for the agent, and that sort of reflects here. Also, I think what David mentioned, right? There is sort of no secret sauce. It's a combination of factors which come together to have that desired outcome. So this was a little bit about what I wanted to share. In summary, for both me and David, I think the first bit here is that the buying process or the customer experience has to be enhanced. It has to be made easier for consumers to buy insurance products. Second is something called as a digital trust. So how can you ensure the consumers are comfortable? The third one is in terms of the different expectations of the consumers when they are purchasing insurance products, and how you can have those instant decisions, whether they are buying online, whether they're buying through agents or any other distribution channel. And the last bit is that technology will keep on evolving. Earlier we had a traditional underwriting engine. We will move to something like a decision platform, and then it could be something else in the future. And everybody has to keep in sync with how technology evolves and how you can leverage it for your advantage. So that's what we wanted to share with you. Thank you so much for your time, and have a nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We would like to welcome back on stage Mr. David, and thank you, Mr. Pratap. Even though this is the final sharing section, but I believe that you have caught a lot of attention from our audience. Yes, still very interesting. And we would like you to come closer to the center of the stage for the Q&A section.
Yes.
Yeah, we already have one hand for the questions, right?
Yes, please.
Please deliver the microphone to him. Ban tổ chức ơi, mang mic tới cho bạn này giùm em nha. Ủa, bạn phía sau kìa. Phía sau. Rồi, mời em đặt câu hỏi.
Hello, my name is Tin from Generally. So I'm very impressed by your presentation regarding the future of digitalizing in the insurance industry. But my question, I have two questions, will be more in a short-term scenario. So the sales from the online channel is, however, is relatively low comparing to other channels like bank assurance or agency. So in short term, do you think it is reasonable for us to like invest in digitalizing and then like develop this channel? Like which is the better choice? Like we invest everything in place, or and wait for the time to come, or we just like aggressively into the market and build everything? That's the first question. The second question is that online channel is, however, I personally think that it is quite difficult for complex products such as universal life or unique linked. So do you think there's any challenge in distributing those products on the online channel? Thank you.
Right, thank you. It's a great question. So let me answer the first one. So you mentioned, is there a point of, automating because the sales from the digital channel is very small? So I think what we're trying to do is we are automating all channels. So it's not only the online channel. And where we've seen the biggest benefit actually is agency. So as I mentioned, point of sale decisioning is something which is appreciated by the agents. So what typically we can do is when an agent is selling through an iPad, and when they punch in the consumer details via an e-application or a front-end system, the decisioning actually is instant. And same could be for your bank partner, a relationship manager sitting in the branch, for online channel. So it's not about just one channel, it's automating all channels, and that's where you would see that economies of scale actually come in the picture. And the second question, actually I've forgotten. What was the second question, do you remember?
Around the complexity of products.
Oh yeah, complexity of products, right? So that is something we have managed to solve, or automation. So you would have complex underwriting for certain products, right? So what we have done is we have something called as a reflexive underwriting or dynamic underwriting, by which there's different customer journeys for different people. So if there's a product which you are buying and you seem fairly young, or if I am buying, right, there'll be different questions for both of us. For example, if I'm buying the product and I say, yes, I have hypertension, then it'll ask me a few more questions. But if you say no to most questions, it'll be a different journey, right? So you can actually configure that in the underwriting process.
Thank you.
Just to add a little bit, if it's okay on that. So I thought really good question, first question about do you put all your investment in that? I'd probably comment, but it's actually a journey. And a lot of it's going to be testing and learning as you go through that journey. So you may not need to do everything at first in your direct digital side when your distribution's going well in agency and bank. More of a sort of a plan for it, but the ability to test, learn and react to what works well, and over time build that true end-to-end digitization. On the product side, I think you mentioned like a unit link, should that product be on there? And that can be complex. I think that is an area where I think products tend to be simple, but if you looked at what China's done, basically having a hybrid broker, that type of approach can work with a more complex product, which might be difficult for the consumer going through by themselves.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. David. We have one final chance for another question from the audience. Oh, over there, right? Yeah.
Please.
You can introduce yourself first and then give the question.
Okay. Thanks. My name is Hướng from FWA. Thank you for sharing the information on digital insurance, especially in China. But I think for China, it's a kind of a special case for digital insurance. But for other markets, like in Vietnam, what do you see for the current digital insurance market in Vietnam? And do you see any potential to develop digital insurance in Vietnam, especially for the next few years? Yeah, thank you.
It's a really good question, and firstly, I'm not suggesting just replicate what's happened in China to Vietnam. You'll know the market in terms of what can work possibly digitally, consumers, etc. But is there some of the considerations which can be adjusted, tailored, maybe to work it from that side? I think all markets probably try and look more at digitization. That level of success sales is probably difficult for me to comment. You'll probably have a better view. So I probably haven't given you a great answer, and I appreciate the comments on China. I think are there sort of learnings which, based on your local knowledge, you can apply?
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question, and thank you for your answers. Now I'd like to invite on stage Mr. Lê Thành Nam, CFO of AIA Việt Nam, and Mr. Nguyễn Quang Duy, Chief Actuary of AIA Việt Nam, to deliver the souvenirs and the flowers to our guest speakers. Thank you so much for spending your time.
Thank you very much. Fantastic to be here. Thank you.
I'd like to step up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. is almost the end, and I can still see a lot of people here in this conference room.
Yeah, and we have now come to the final section. It's the lucky draw, the most exciting part of the day, right? And I would like to quickly introduce about the prize. We have 4 third prize, and the gift is Bluetooth speaker JBL.
We have 2 second prize, airport tree lining charts. We have 1 first prize, Apple Watch Series 7 GPS, and we have 1 special prize.
A special prize is a MacBook Pro. Yeah, for one very lucky attendant today. Now let's begin the lucky draw. Please look at the screen. We will have a digital spin.
Yeah.
Please show up.
I'd like to share a little bit information about the lucky draw. The format will be each member who attend check-in this morning will automatically include in the dialing list. While checking in, each guest receive a voucher card with numbers from 1 to 350 representing their lucky numbers. For each spin, a series of codes will be randomly drawn on the screen. After the stop signal, a lucky number will appear on the screen along with the name and email address of a lucky guest.
Okay, so let's start with the third prize.
One very important thing. The member who win the prize, please come up to the stage within 3 times of announcement and invite to the stage to receive their prize. In the scenario, the member that wins the prize is absent. We will continue dialing and giving the benefits to the next lucky members. Please remember, 3 times.
So we can begin the first spin, right?
For sure, for the third prize, we have 4 Bluetooth speaker JBL.
Yeah.
So please, lady first,
Okay.
please help us to choose the winner. The first winner.
Technical team, please start. We will start, right? And
Check
I will
your ticket, please.
touch the button to stop. Okay, 1, 3, 2, 1,
1,
go! 1, 2, 3, stop!
Music louder, please. We have 70.
Congratulations, number 70.
Oh, 70.
Where's the name and where's the address? And
70 the first time. 70 the second time.
oh, congratulations!
Congratulations.
The first winner. Okay,
Check
let's
the ticket.
continue.
Oh, okay, okay.
Được nhận thấy. You please remember. Okay, let's continue. 1, 3, 2, 1, go.
Go.
And
we have
1, 2, 3, stop.
244. We have 244. First time.
Please come on stage.
244. Is that 244? Is that
Number 70, can
No?
you please come back on stage?
Congratulations.
And number 70, please come back on stage.
The owner of the speaker. The last person who gave question for our guest.
Chúc
Wonderful.
mừng anh.
Wonderful.
Rồi, please stand here. Yeah, để gọi hết đủ hết 4 người rồi trao quà luôn. Yeah,
Yes.
please stand here. You can.
Giving away my prize.
Why? No. Don't give away. Take it as a memory for the show. Okay.
Okay.
Continue. 3, 2, 1, go.
The third winner of the third prize.
And stop.
Wow,
Two,
very
two,
beautiful
two.
number. 222. The first
Congratulations to number 222. We only have male winners. Hope that we can have a female winner for the final final spin.
The female winner will got a special prize.
Okay,
Okay.
let's see. 3, 2, 1, go.
We have
And please stop.
101.
41.
The first time, 41. We found the last person.
All right. We have all 4 winners, male winners.
The winners, please come to the
Please
middle
come
of the
to
stage.
the center
Please.
of the stage. And Duy, please deliver the special lucky draws to
Wonderful.
to our 4
Congratulations.
handsome winners over here.
We have 4 gentlemen, all 4 gentlemen for the
4
third prize.
gentlemen.
Surprise.
thank you, and congratulations
We'd like
once
to
again.
give Mr. Yui on stage to
Please
help me.
remain on stage.
Yeah. Help us to press the button to find the next winners, the next two winners.
Okay.
We move to the second prize. We have 2 airport tree lining charts. So, you can watch the screen.
3, 2, 1, go. Please start the spin.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, go. And stop. 84.
The first time.
Where's 84?
84. Yes, congratulations.
Another gentleman. Where's the female? Okay, and let's continue for the second winner. Please begin the spin. Technical team. 3, 2, 1, go. And stop.
285. 285. The first time. 285. The second time.
285.
285.
Third time. Okay, we will.
Third time, yeah.
We will
cancel
pass
it.
this number. Another round. Okay.
Wow. I want to fly.
3, 2, 1, go. Stop. 93. Another gentleman. Rồi, mời anh vô giữa. Anh vô giữa đứng với em á. Vâng. Vâng, và anh Duy, please give the prize to our lucky gentleman over here. Không để em mang bóng 6 anh, bóng 6. Còn 2 quả đúng không? Bây giờ mình sẽ mời Vanessa lên để Wonderful. Thank you, Duy.
Thank you.
And for the first prize, we would like to invite Miss Vanessa Lu to stop the spin and choose the next lucky winner. Yeah.
Who
Please
need a watch?
welcome on stage, Miss Vanessa Lu. Okay, we can now start the spin.
We only have one prize for the first prize.
Wait.
Please.
No, wait. Let it run the number first. Yeah. 3, 2, 1, go.
Go.
And stop. 2,
The owner of the Apple Watch.
Another gentleman, right? I cannot see because of the light.
The very first lady.
the very first
lady.
Because of Vanessa.
Because she's the lady.
We have the first female winner.
Wonderful. Please help me to check the number.
Yeah,
Okay.
congratulations.
Wonderful.
Yeah. And Miss Vanessa can deliver the prize. Yeah. Let's take a photo. Thank
Ladies
you.
and gentlemen,
Thank you, Vanessa.
now we come to the final prize, the MacBook Pro M1. The MacBook Pro M1, who gonna be the owner of the MacBook Pro?
We would like to invite back on stage Mr. Ngô Trung Dũng. Xin mời anh Ngô Trung Dũng lên để chọn ra người đạt giải đặc biệt nhất của ngày hôm nay ạ.
Rất hồi hộp.
Very excited.
Can't wait for that. Are you ready?
Vâng,
You ready?
đội kỹ thuật xin cho em quay số ạ. Bắt đầu quay số đi ạ. Bắt
Let's
đầu
turn
quay
up the
số ạ.
music. Let's go.
Stop.
And the final prize belongs to 1, 2, 4.
Chúc mừng em đã đạt được chiếc MacBook của ngày hôm nay.
That's what I'm talking about. The final prize goes to the lady. The final prize goes to the lady. That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Let me
Dạ,
check.
mời anh
Let
Dũng.
me check it.
Mời anh Dũng và anh Thành Nam lên sân khấu để tặng quà cho bạn giải đặc biệt này ạ.
1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 4.
Thật là một cô gái may mắn. Chúc mừng em.
vời, tuyệt vời. Tuyệt vời. Em sẽ muốn giữ lại cái phiếu may
she's
mắn
from
của mình nha.
Prudential. Congratulations, em, once again. Congratulations, Prudential.
To summarize the conference of the Vietnam Actuarial Conference 2022 taking place today, we cordially invite Mr. Nguyễn Quang Duy, Chief Actuary, AIA VN, came to the stage to share some talks about the conference. Please welcome.
Thank you everyone. I hope everyone has a great time today. This year's conference, we have quite a few record-breaking record numbers of people register. We have 350. I think we also have a record number of people actually stay until the end. So, which is a very good sign. I just want to say thank you to the ISA and IAV for representations and being here today to support the industry and the actuarial conference. I also want to have a very big thanks to the organizing committees to make this whole event possible. So I think this we make a very good set a very high benchmark for the whoever's gonna organizing this next year, right? So I think this way we make it very professional and I think everyone has a good time and. This actually the pressure is very hard because after 2 years this is a very highly anticipated event and the expectation was very high. So I would like to thank all the staffs and the organizing committee to make this possible. Thank you.
Thank you, anh Duy. Thank you, anh Duy, and thank you to all the guests, the sponsored representative from Insurance Supervisory Authority, Insurance Association of Vietnam, General Reinsurance Corporation, Swiss Re, Reinsurance Group of America, Pacific Life Re. And thank you to EY and SOA co-sponsor. It is such a pleasure to meet everyone here, and we look forward to seeing you again at Vietnam Actuarial Conference 2023.
Goodbye and see you again.